I call this meeting of the Greenville Independent School District Board of Trustees to order on May the 18th, 2020 at 5:35 p.m. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. Let the record show that all 7 trustees are present in the same room. How about that? That's been a while. For invocation, Pastor Dewey Davidson, the senior pastor at Prairie Valley Baptist Church, will be giving it, and that will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, and Mr. Tyndall's 7th grade class at GMS will be leading that. So may we stand for the invocation and pledge.
Father, we thank you for your greatness. Lord, I thank you for our country and for our nation. Father, we know that you're a good God and everything you do for us is good. We know, Lord, that every blessing comes from heaven. And Lord, we know that all things work together for good for those that love God. And so many things have happened this year that we don't understand, that we can't really explain. But Father, I do pray that you'll protect our city, protect our schools, be with all of our students. I pray for our board members tonight as they meet, that Lord, you'll give them wisdom. Lord, you know that the Bible says that wisdom comes from you. And if we want wisdom, all we have to do is ask for it. And so, Lord, I'm asking you to give them great wisdom and understanding to deal with all the issues that face our country and face our local government and face our school boards. So, Father, be with all of our students. Help them to be safe from the COVID. Help them to be strong. And, Lord, put a hedge of protection around all of our students and especially the teachers. Bless them. Give them courage in this time of great challenge. And, Father, we just pray right now that you'll just bring to our city a sense of peace and protection. There's so many giant issues that seems to face us. And, Lord, help us as we deal with all different types of people, that we'll love them and we'll understand the right of every person to live on this planet. And so, Father, bless the great state of Texas and bless the great city of Greenville, Texas. And, Lord, we thank you for doing this. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Well, here comes some of the favorite part of the meetings when we get to recognize our kids. So first we have the FFA students.
Yes, President Stafford and Dr. Liggins and members of the board. This evening we want to honor our FFA staff, students and sponsors who have been very busy during the showing season this year. And they will tell you about their program and their achievements at the Hunt County Fair. I believe we have Mr. Xanthus or Ms. Thompson here to tell you about it.
Yes, I'm trying to get my video to work, but it was working on my Google Meet earlier and it's giving me a failed to start, but I can go ahead and give us some highlights. I wish I could show you oh yeah, start my video. It's not starting. Anyways, we had a really excellent county fair this year. We had over 25 students exhibiting at the county fair. It was a really exciting time. Students were able to raise a variety of animals as well as exhibit some of their projects. We had numerous class winners and top placings in most of all the classes. Most students were able to make the sale, which was really exciting for them to be able to get some of that financial payoff for all of their efforts and everything that they were working hard on. I was hoping to show you guys the hydroponics and aquaponics system that we got up and running here in Ms. Thompson's lab. We have plants available if people are looking to transplant some plants. We also have our end of the year banquet coming up at the Thursday of this week, and we're excited for the summer. We have state convention where we're planning on taking about 21 students for the state leadership conference this summer. So it was a really exciting school year. We got through it, and we're still making lots of headway.
Okay, we appreciate that. How do kids get to go to the summer convention? Do they earn the privilege?
Yeah, so it's something that we allow our students that joined FFA at the beginning of the year, and then throughout the year as they compete on different teams and compete in different events and show an active kind of role. And then we have signups, and so we kind of choose from the students that were the most active and the most deserving that really want to go. And we have a really large young excited group of potential officers that are going to be that have been elected and will be announced Thursday at our banquet. And yeah, it's 7 days of leadership conference and training, and they get to have a concert, and it's a really good time. So we're excited about it.
Cool. I'm sure they are too.
Yes, ma'am.
So, thank you so much for being one of the leaders of this program.
Thank you very much. Appreciate everything that you do for us.
Okay, well, you're welcome. Okay.
There's Anthus, and when we were talking about maybe having a student showcase, Ms. Thompson wisely advised me that probably livestock in the boardroom was not the best idea.
Yeah,
So
No, you had rabbits.
yeah.
Rabbits.
Next year we might be able to bring some smaller animals. That's certainly doable, or some mechanics projects. Those aren't gonna bite or do anything bad. But yeah, it'd be a little hard to bring a steer up to the boardroom. We would have to have a dedicated student behind them at all times to collect anything they decided to leave.
a petting zoo as a pre-board activity would be great. So we'll work on that for next year.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, thanks again. And we're so proud of you and your kids. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
And next we are honoring a brand new program to Greenville High School this year. The cosmetology program made its debut in the middle of COVID, which is no small feat. And you do have a showcase of some mannequins showing the hairstyles that the talented students are able to design. And these students will graduate not only with an endorsement in business and a professional license, but also their instructor, Shonda Rogers, really encourages them to learn about the business of running a beauty shop or a barber shop. And I believe Ms. Rogers is here to tell us about this year and the program.
Hi, everyone. So I'm here with 3 of my students, with Faith, Alana, and Joanna. And so this program, as y'all heard, this is the first year. I've taught cosmetology now for 7 years. So this is my 8th year teaching cosmetology, and all of my programs have been incredibly successful. We started literally from the ground up. Whenever I walked into the cosmetology salon, there were trophies everywhere. Yeah. And I was like, oh my. And so through blood, sweat, and tears and a whole lot of prayer, we got our state licensing. The students are now permitted with student permits. Several of them will be returning students next year. And so now they will be seniors. And then the juniors will be in the morning. Senior class will be in the afternoon. And we're going to be doing things for the public, with the public. We're going to have salon hours next year for at least 1 day a week after school. It's where the students can actually take appointments, work on real clients so that they get some real experience before they go out and they're able to build their portfolios. We'd like to do things like princess parties for little girls where we can do birthday parties and go to them, or they can come to us. In our classroom area, we have mirrors everywhere, and the students get to work together and commune and talk and discuss things that they've done, things that they want to do. For those of you that are in the boardroom, I know there's a graduated bob in there, which means that it's the fine hair that's shorter in the back, longer in the front. So Faith is actually the student that cut that. I believe Joanna has an updo in there, and Alana, I think, has a head in there as well. So if you guys are okay, I'd like to turn it over so the students can tell you all a little bit about what you've gotten out of the program so far.
Sure.
Okay. Who wants to go first?
Hi, my name is Faith, and this program has really opened my eyes to more possibilities of what I could do in my life, because quite frankly, I didn't know what I wanted to do. I get really bored of things easily, but one thing that has really kept like up with me was doing cosmetology, anything that has to do with facials and hair and beauty and all that. And because of it, I've gotten more opportunities in my life, like hosting some little girls' birthday parties, doing their makeup for their birthday, and doing other friends' hair, and just building myself up and having actual people come to me wanting me to do that stuff for them. And it's something that I think I could do in life. And I don't have to waste time going to a college, spending large amounts of money that I don't have, when I came here and got it for like $1,000, and I'm getting the same thing and something that can help me after school.
Only better because I'm awesome.
Yes. She's quite frankly my favorite.
Thank you, Faith. Tell me about the party.
So Ms. Rogers invited me to go do little girls makeup and hair. And honestly, I didn't think that we were going to do so good and that we were going to be tipped for doing it. And whenever we were tipped for doing it, it taught me that, oh, this is what I want to do, because you get paid so well doing it. And whenever I found out that we were going to have an opportunity to be able to do cosmetology, I almost cried. And because this is what I wanted to do, but I didn't want to go to college and go so far and pay so much money for it. So whenever I found out that we were gonna have cosmetology, it was the best news I've ever had. But overall, it's been a great year, and I'm so glad that we met Ms. Rogers as well.
I'm Alana. This program has opened doors for me as well. I never really figured out what I wanted to do, but now that this program has started, I know what to do, and it taught me a lot of things I didn't know. I really was interested in hair and makeup, and now I can do more now that I know, now that this program is functioning. And yeah.
So you guys in the boardroom, do y'all have any questions for all of us?
I think we're just all ready to make our appointment, really. That's exciting that you're going to be open to the public, and it's great to hear from your students about the way that they're planning their career in cosmetology.
Yeah.
Well, that's our goal. Yeah, to make sure that our students have opportunities when they leave high school. So we're thrilled that you three are in the program and really like it, and will have a career when you graduate.
Yeah, it's
So.
really fun because I'm a part of it. And so pretty much anything they say, oh, I can't do that because of this, I'm like, well, I can because I did.
Well, thank you, Ms. Rogers. I'll come in next year. So.
All right, well, let's have a round of applause for cosmetology program.
Okay. Next, we go on to the 2021 Campus Teachers of the Year.
Yes, President Stafford, Dr. Liggins, and members of the board, what an honor it is every year to recognize the Teachers of the Year who are, they're elected by their peers, and it's just a tremendous honor to be selected as Campus Teacher of the Year. We had the opportunity to make a special delivery for our Campus Teachers of the Year this week, and gave them some little custom cookies and thank them in person for their service. And we also selected our elementary and secondary district teachers of the year. So I will read first the campus teachers of the year, and then the district teachers of the year, and then we'll have the round of applause at the end. So from LP Waters, Teacher of the Year is Amanda Day. From Bowie Elementary, Nicole Cardwell. From Carver Elementary, Crystal Rios. From Catherine G. Johnson STEM at Crockett, Aaron Shurtleff. From Travis Elementary, Heather Stone. From Lamar Elementary, Tara Shepard. From 6th Grade Center, Jennifer Camp. From Greenville Middle School, Tasha Ratliff. From Greenville High School, Robert Felder. And from New Horizons High School, Erica Henry. And the selection committee met on Monday, and we reviewed resumes, essays, and I will tell you this slate of teachers is exceptional. And we really went around quite a while talking about just that we really wanted to select so many of them as district teachers of the year because of the work they're doing with our students. And I will tell you that the elementary teacher of the year who is here to say a word to you tonight is Aaron Shurtleff, who has been teaching virtual kindergarten all year. Ms. Shurtleff, are you on the line?
I am. I want to say I'm beyond grateful to be chosen as the elementary teacher of the year. That's such a big blessing. And I've learned so much this year teaching online, both in terms of technology and in terms of being able to build a connection between school and the community. And I'm really looking forward to being able to implement those things when we all come back in person next year and build our relationship between the school and the community even more, but make it school-wide and district-wide too.
Thank you. Ms. Shurtleff showed us some examples of her students' work. She has kindergartners making videos, doing books about creatures that live in the sea. And it's just amazing to see and to hear the stories about the way that the families really got to know her through just being there with online learning all year. So we thought it was really appropriate for this particularly challenging year to have an online teacher who somehow just made it work with kindergartners. And I will tell you also, she built community through Google parties. She would bring Google parties to them and personally deliver to her kindergartners, and just went above and beyond to build those relationships. So well-deserved, Aaron Shurtleff, elementary teacher of the year. And I'll go ahead and give a round of applause. Erica Henry from New Horizons High School is the Greenville ISD secondary teacher of the year. We were really looking forward to hearing from her this evening, but sadly she's had a family emergency. So I just did want to say a word that her commitment to her students at New Horizons High School is very evident. She described a unique blend of grit, humor, and love, and not letting them go. And she really has helped these kids get through and graduate, and has a very moving story. So wishing her the best as she goes and is with her family. And I will tell you that she was so excited to be named the secondary teacher of the year. In fact, she stood stunned in silence and kept saying, really? Really? And yes, she really won and is an outstanding teacher. So please join me with a round of applause for all of our teachers of the year. They are fantastic.
Yes. Helen, could you state what's next steps for our secondary and elementary teachers of the year?
Yes. So next they will be moving on to Region 10, and we'll be working on essays describing their teaching philosophy. And it's an extensive, actually 10-part essay that we'll work on and submit in June. They will be honored at the regional level at the beginning of the school year. It's usually a banquet in August. And then we're looking forward to them going to state and nationals as our teachers of the year.
Well, we appreciate all of our teachers, and especially this year. And Aaron, that's amazing that you were able to wrangle all these children in front of a screen and build relationships with them. So congratulations. That was an amazing job.
Yes.
So, okay, are we moving on to Hero of Hope?
Yes, especially for May when we recognize our nurses, and this year when our nurses have gone above and beyond to help us in every way, emotionally, with our health, and just keeping up with all of the shifting situations that they've had on campus. We wanted to honor every single GISD nurse as the May Hero of Hope.
We wanted to name each of you this month's Hero of Hope.
GISD healthcare professionals have always been amazing caregivers for our students as well as our staff. This year, they stepped up to the challenge of all things COVID every single day. They have each made huge individual impacts, which made it impossible for us to award only one Hero of Hope. Congratulations to each of you, an honor well deserved.
I just want to say that Greenville ISD nurses rock. This year, during these uncertain times, our nursing staff has done an incredible job in the district of protecting the safety of our students, our staff, and therefore our community.
Wow, it has been quite a year for school nursing. None of us ever imagined we would be functioning on this high an energy level and at such an unrelenting pace. From early morning to after dinner at home and on weekends, we were contact tracing and calling parents and staff to deliver the big "you are quarantined" news. We also quickly became the experts on campus for everything COVID while we ourselves were still learning it. We spent many hours with the COVID spreadsheets, keeping careful track of students coming and going every day to be sure everyone was safe and abided by the quarantine protocols. We pulled together as a team to track siblings from one campus to another to ensure safe quarantine occurred. All of this in addition to the normal hectic pace of a school health room. We discovered new strengths and developed new skills that have elevated our school nursing practice to a new level. It is truly an honor for all the nurses to be recognized as Heroes of Hope. We feel truly blessed to be in a position to keep our students healthy, safe, and ready to learn.
So thank you, school nurses. You are truly heroes. And I also want to thank Atkinson's Florists and Lone Star Credit Union for giving them flowers. And Lone Star Credit Union gave each of them $50. They usually give $100 to a singular Hero of Hope, but they really stepped up and personally came out and congratulated them. It was a great afternoon and it was really fun to surprise them during their nurse party at New Horizons. So please join me in thanking them.
Thank you.
Yeah, they deserved it this year. Okay, thank you, Helen. Okay, at this time we go to the oaths of office for District 3, Bonnie Jean Stewart, District 5, Mike Rackley, and District 7, Roger Livingston. This will be done by Karen Cummings.
If you will just raise your right hand and repeat after me. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, I, and then you state your name.
I, Roger Livingston,
Right. do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully
that I will faithfully
execute the duties
execute the duties
of the office
of the office
of Greenville ISD Board of Trustees
of the Greenville ISD Board of Trustees
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will to the best of my ability
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the United States
of the United States
and of this state,
and this state,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Okay, congratulations. I just need each one of you to sign your oath of office. Mr. Radford, if you want. Right here.
Thank you. Thank you, Karen. Okay. At this time, we reorganize the board. The first thing we need to do is to elect Dr. Liggins as President Pro Tem for a few minutes. So if someone would like to make that motion. So a motion by Tish, is there a second? And Letha seconded. All those in favor of electing Dr. Liggins as President Pro Tem, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Okay, congratulations for a few minutes.
Okay, at this time, I would entertain a motion for the election of the board president.
I nominate Trina Stafford.
I have a motion on the table for Trina Stafford for board president. Is there a second? Second by, I guess, a motion by Mike Rackley, second by Ann Haynes. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Vote carries 7-0. Congratulations, Ms. Stafford. I hand over to you to finish the rest of the reorganization.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate this. Next, we need to elect the vice president of the board. Are there any motions for this position? Okay, we have a motion by Mike. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second by Mike and Roger. Is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of electing Roger Livingston as vice president, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Hearing none, that motion passes 7-0. Okay, now we need to elect a secretary of the Board of Trustees. Are there motions for this position?
I nominate Ms. Woodruff.
Okay, we have a motion by Roger. Is there a second? And a second by, do you want to be called Bonnie Jean or just Bonnie? Yeah, okay, I've always called you Bonnie, but I'll try to. Okay, okay, and we have a motion by, was it Roger, and a second by Bonnie Jean. Is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of Tish Woodruff as our board secretary, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. Okay, we again elected unanimously 7-0. And this is the time that we could reseat the board, but with all our technology, I think we probably should stay put for tonight. We could do that maybe when we get back to just having regular meetings. If someone wants to move to the other side of the room for some reason, we can do that later. Now is the time for public comments for agenda items. Do we have any? Okay. Thank you, Shannon. Do we have any comments from board members? Well, tonight I have a few. I first want to say congratulations to all you guys, and we have people here that could make this maybe one of the best boards we've ever had, and that's saying something, but that's good. And I want you to remember that you not only represent your district, but you represent all the kids of every description, teachers and taxpayers, and they are all watching, as we can clearly see. But as you all know, but those watching may not know that we are governance, not management. We are not here to be fixers for friends and neighbors, and individually we have zero power outside of these meetings. What we do is set good policy, hire and fire the superintendent, and set the budget according to our operating procedures, and everybody has a hard copy of the operating procedures tonight. When we learn of an issue, our job is to talk to the superintendent to see if it's really an issue and let him handle it while keeping us in the loop. This is best not done in open session, as he won't have time to do any research and provide any answers if he doesn't know ahead of time. Remember, we are a team of 8, and we are all in the business of providing a quality instruction and opportunities for all students. And that's just what was on my mind tonight as we proceed another year with more chances to do good things for our kids. Okay, superintendent's report.
Thank you for the superintendent's report. Today, we actually had our Superintendent Scholars ceremony. We honored over 125 different superintendent scholars. We also honored the students from my student advisory board. It was very well organized. We did it a little differently this year so that it could be spread out. We actually had a program for each grade level, which we like so much. We think will continue into the future. It worked very well, and was really proud to be able to just be with students and celebrate them. Moving on, next slide, Shannon. We had, I think that was last week, we had the Texas A&M and Paris Junior College night for our, we actually opened it up to all of Hunt County, but it was a pretty good showing. It was a stormy evening, and so we weren't sure exactly what to expect as far as attendance, but Dr. Rudin, the president of the university, was there. There's a representative from Paris Junior College. We all spoke. People were able to sign up for financial aid. Each school brought different folks from their departments to talk to students, and we had quite a few kids actually sign up. As you know, we have the Forever Lion program that allows all of our students to go to A&M Commerce, and many of them can start through Paris Junior College if they so wish. And so every student there left with a plan as to what they're doing in the future. And not all of them were seniors. It was open up for kindergarten through 12th grade. So it was a really nice crowd. I will tell you, the young lady at the bottom right corner is I think she's 2014 graduate of Greenville High School that went on to A&M Commerce. She is extremely impressive, and she told her story of graduating from Greenville High School as a first-generation college goer, and how Texas A&M just in Commerce embraced her, and now she's working for them as an assistant director, and just extremely impressive young lady. So she's the epitome of what Forever a Lion actually means. So, but it was a very, very good night. We had, and I'm very pleased with the amount of encouragement we've received the last week or so. If you're on social media, this is, we had STAR testing last week, or was that this week? Last week. It's
This
just
week.
Tuesday. Okay. It's May. It's all running together at this point. But our kindergarten, first, and second graders were those, we asked them to stay home on those days so that we could socially distance third, fourth, and fifth graders as they tested. However, had an option for these students to go to the service center and have some hands-on learning experiences. And these kids did all sorts of fun things all day. It was more like camp than school, but they didn't realize how much they were actually learning. But it was very well attended and very well, parents and students alike really praised the teaching and learning that occurred there. So that happened last week and was quite fun. We did have our drive-through the last couple of weeks. A few drive-through roundups for our pre-kindergarten and our kindergarten. We have over 200 families that came in and saved a spot for their pre-K child or kindergarten child during that, and we continue to have those now on campuses. They can go to their neighborhood campus or to LP Waters if they did not get a chance to come through the drive-through to sign their child up for pre-K or kindergarten. And also this week's appreciation days. Last week was Nurses Appreciation, and of course, previous week was Teacher Appreciation, and today is actually National Speech Pathologists Day. And so I'd like to just honor all of those people, and we're actually done for the 2021 school year appreciation days. And so we're glad that we had an opportunity to just recognize all of the different folks that make up GISD. And if you want a cheap date on Thursday night, the Greenville High School Choir presents their pop show for 2021. I watched some of their practice today. It will be quite lively. So it is tomorrow at 7 p.m. At the auditorium at Greenville High School. And I'll see you there. I'm looking forward to it. And okay.
Next, we have the district operation during COVID-19 pandemic.
For this section, I would like to call Nurse Bars, our Director of Health Services.
Okay. Good evening, President Stafford, Dr. Liggins, and members of the board, and welcome, Bonnie Jean Stewart. I just have a brief COVID-19 status report for you this evening. We are doing quite well. We've only had 15 cases since last month. It says 14, but I did get another one today. So my numbers have shifted just a little bit this afternoon. We currently have 4 active staff cases and only 1 active student case, another one timed out. And so we just have 1 active student. Currently, we have 7 staff in quarantine and 113 students in quarantine. Again, I just grabbed updated numbers because I like to do that. And then our numbers changed just a little bit today. Our percentage of GISD population, including students and staff that are currently in quarantine at home, is 2.53%. So all those numbers are, encouraging. COVID seems to be continuing to decrease like it is in other areas, and we're pleased with that. Our Hunt County vaccination status, people with it as of 5/16, which is the latest data that I collected, people in Hunt County with at least 1 dose is over 26,000 and almost 30% of the population. And then people in Hunt County that are fully vaccinated, over 21,000 and 23% of the population. And I would like to tell you, I have it up here on the slide, but we are currently in the planning stages for summer vaccine clinics with both Carebyte and Walgreens. So very preliminary. We've had a couple of meetings and phone calls, and we'll be working to provide opportunities for families to have their 12 and over students vaccinated. And then we also anticipate, hopefully, that by September, they will approve the vaccine for down to age 2. And then we'll be able to get even more of our students vaccinated and keep everybody safe at school.
And
That's all.
of
Go ahead,
course,
Beth.
Ms. Barr said it's a voluntary vaccination.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Just providing the opportunities for those who want to be vaccinated. That is not a requirement at all. And then just brief comments. The CDC is still recommending that schools continue to use their current COVID-19 prevention strategies through the end of the school year. They still advocate mask wearing and social distancing when in crowded indoor spaces for people who are not fully vaccinated. And of course, they're still recommending quarantine if you are in close contact with someone who has COVID-19, excluding people who have had COVID within the past 3 months or are fully vaccinated, which is defined as 2 weeks after your second dose or 2 weeks after your first one dose if you've had the Janssen vaccine. Do you have any questions?
Thank you for your hard work, Noelle. We appreciate it.
Thank you. You're very welcome.
Would it be possible to have a vaccine clinic at the high school or middle school?
That's what we're looking at.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
When do you think that we'll talk about possibly making our meetings open again?
We can discuss that today. I think that was, we're waiting to see who board president was, and yeah, they can be discussed today for sure. They can be discussed. I think now is probably the appropriate time since it's an agenda about COVID-19 agenda item.
You want to reiterate what the governor said?
Well, the governor did state today that on June 4th, all schools cannot mandate mask wearing to anyone. In fact, there's a $1,000 fine for anyone that is mandated, effective immediately for all other state agencies. Mask mandated, mandation, is that a word? Mandating mask is not allowed. So schools were extended until June 4th, but everyone else is effective immediately. He's released that order this morning, actually. So.
Mm-mm.
Down there at the bottom. Mm-hmm.
There we go.
So you mean to tell me?
There is a $1,000 fine for wearing a mask?
No.
No, it's like if
for
someone
mandating that a mask be worn.
So someone came here on June 5th and we said you need to wear your mask, we could be fined $1,000 as a district. So we will not be doing that. So no, don't worry.
Oh, great. Okay.
And so does anyone have any such? I think I had heard before that, forget, someone said, I think maybe you, Ms. Woodruff, that if students are no longer, staff are no longer, it was you, okay, are no longer required, then we probably should start opening the meetings back up in person to everyone. Of course, anyone can still wear a mask if they
so
inclined, yeah.
Yeah. Does that seem logical to? Yeah. So I guess our June board meeting will look a lot different. So, okay.
So are we going to go with the June 4th date?
That's something that we have on the agenda for later, y'all can discuss. It's an action item, actually, to discuss individually the, where is it at?
It's H, letter H.
Okay. So yeah, so that's something to be discussed individually later on.
Okay. Moving on, next is Greenville Boys and Girls Club report.
For this part, I would like to call Amy Wade.
Thank you, Dr. Liggins, President Stafford, and members of the board. It is a privilege tonight for me to introduce two of our people from the Boys and Girls Club. I get to work with a lot of great community groups, and I have had the privilege of being a new board member for the Boys and Girls Club. And tonight we have Trey Dudley, who is Director of Operations, and Kadeem Jimerson, who is the Club Director for the Reese Davis Center. And they both, Kadeem is a graduate of Greenville High School, and Trey is, as she will tell you in just a minute, was a Boys and Girls Club attendee. And so they are just going to give us a very brief update on the club here in Greenville and how it is impacting our kids with Greenville ISD. So Trey, I think you're going to start off.
Awesome. Yes, I am. So I am Trey. I'm no longer Trey Dudley. I just got married a couple weeks ago. So I'm Trey Wells, Director of Operations for Boys and Girls Clubs of Northeast Texas. You can go on to the next slide. Our mission is to enable all young people, especially those who need us most, to reach their full potential as productive, caring, responsible citizens. And our vision is to provide a world-class club experience that ensures success is within reach of every young person who enters our doors. With all members on track to graduate from high school and with a plan for the future, demonstrating good character and citizenship and living a healthy lifestyle. And you can go on to the next slide. Alrighty, so what we do, this is our formula for impact. So we believe that young people who need us most, empowered by our outcome-driven club experience, which is created amongst all those four elements that you see there. So the 5 key elements, which are a safe and positive environment, having fun, supportive relationships, providing opportunities that the kids wouldn't have if they weren't a part of our program, and holding them to some pretty high expectations, but then recognizing them when they're, exceeding those expectations or making progress. We believe that those two things together create our priority outcomes, which is academic success, good character and leadership, and then healthy lifestyles. Here in Greenville, we serve about 4,200 youth through registered members and community outreach. So what that looks like is serving kids who are, again, registered members. So they're attending our club. We have all of their information, or we're getting our program or our staff in front of them in some way, shape, or form. So we have about 81 adult staff, 169 volunteers, and then 7 clubs across our organization. So within that, one of those clubs is obviously in Greenville at Reese Davis. And so at our Reese Davis location, you can go on to the next slide. I'm so sorry. All right, so for this one, I guess this shows you where our 7 clubs are. So we've got 1 club in Rockwall, our Reese Davis Club in Greenville. We've got 1 club in Lone Oak, and then 4 clubs in partnership with the ACE Grant in Commerce. So specifically in Reese Davis, and we can move on, we just went through a renovation towards the end of 2019 into 2020. And so COVID has kind of limited the amount of people that have been able to see our new facility. And so if you're ever on that side of town, ever go past Lee Street, we definitely recommend and encourage you guys to come in and look at our new and improved facility. We are going through, obviously COVID is a pretty hot topic. We believe that we're in the recovery stage. So our response was, urgent relief, making sure that we're doing what we needed to do to get the kids and meet the needs that the kids have in our communities. And then now we're recovering. So safety is our #1 priority. And we see a large scale back in academics and emotional trauma. And we want to make sure that through our programs, especially this summer, that we're doing what we can to help bridge that gap. So through COVID, we served just over 5,000 meals. We did 77,821 virtual view and engagements. And then we also made over 3,000 wellness calls within the community directly to parents. So as Amy mentioned earlier, I was a club kid. I attended the club when I was in kindergarten, went through elementary school, started volunteering in middle school, worked as a YDPA youth development professional in high school, and then a little bit in college, did a couple of internships with the club, and then started as an area director right out of college at my home club in Kansas. And then I've been here ever since. So for about a little over 2 years, I absolutely love the organization. I think that they provide opportunities that maybe not everybody knows about. And so I want to take like 30 seconds to highlight one of them really quickly. I was National Youth of the Year in 2012, in 2013. And so that's a national recognition program that Boys and Girls Club has that allows kids to truly live like a unique life for a year. Ultimately, what I received through that program was over $80,000 in scholarship funds. So my college was 100% free. I was able to get a Toyota. BGCA has, or Boys and Girls Clubs of America has a partnership with Toyota. And so Toyota donates a brand new car to whoever the National Youth of the Year is. So I was gifted a 2013 Toyota Corolla. I was able to go meet President Obama in the White House, speak with Denzel Washington on TV, do some Good Morning America shows with Shaquille O'Neal, and really have an opportunity, again, going back to our key elements, right? Providing opportunities that our kids might not have if they weren't a part of our program. And that's absolutely what the Youth of the Year program did to me, or for me. And it's because of the impact that the club had on my life as a young kid. So I'm going to stop talking and turn it over to Kadeem now so he can share a little bit more about our club in Reese Davis.
Well, how old do you have to be a Youth of the Year?
So you have to be at least in high school, but we do have a Junior Youth of the Year program as well. Obviously, it doesn't come with all of those bells and whistles because it's not a BGCA program, but we do locally have a Junior Youth of the Year program where we're able to recognize someone who maybe doesn't hit the age group to be a part of BGCA's Youth of the Year program.
Do you guys have any of our high school kids that attend Boys and Girls Club?
Not right now. We did prior to COVID,
Okay.
so we're definitely trying to get our team membership back up.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Kadeem, it is all yours, sir.
Hello, everyone. As I said, I'm Kadeem Jimerson, born and raised in Greenville, Texas, class of 2013. So I saw Mr. Jarvis was on this call. He can testify. I gave him little to no trouble. I'm excited also as well. My son is also going to be attending school at Greenville ISD, going to LP Waters this coming up school year. So that's exciting. Next slide, please. We're excited to announce we will have a in-person summer program this year at Reese. Of course, last year we could not due to COVID-19. And so this year we're excited to be able to serve the kids who really need us the most in person. Our first day of summer will be June 7th, and we'll be open all the way through August 14th. So I believe Greenville ISD starts school that very following Monday. So we're excited to be able to assist the families. We're open Monday through Friday from 7:30 a.m. to 6 o'clock p.m. We're also adding a new impact on our summer by providing summer camps. So providing a junior robotics camp, slide camp, things of that sort. So we're excited for that this summer. Next slide, please. As you can see some stats on here, it says our current membership is 67. That's for the school year. What that number doesn't include is the other 24 parents who have already started enrolling their kids for summer. Our ADA is currently about 45 kids per day. Of course, COVID had a huge impact on that. Under school served, you'll see that it says we serve 2 schools, but special thanks to Dr. Liggins, Miss Amy Wade, and Greenville Transportation. We are able to serve 3 different schools in Greenville. This school year, we started out with no transportation available at all. So our numbers took a big drop, but with you all's help, we were able to help those kids who really need us the most. Next slide, please. And something new that we're doing this year is a food truck Friday at the Greenville Sports Park. It's a completely free event, so we invite you all out to come and have fun. Although it's a free event, we do accept donations. So if you all would like to donate $1 million a piece, we're glad to accept that. Next slide, please. And this slide just gives you some information how you can follow what it is that we're doing. We submit pictures of what the great things we're doing online for the kids and families to see. And so that's all we have for you. Does anybody have any questions for us?
What three schools are you able to serve? Were you able to serve this year?
Carver Elementary, Bowie Elementary, and Travis / Sixth Grade Center. I guess it's 4 because we also just got approved for transportation at Lamar. So that's been a amazing help. It was stressful not having anything at the beginning of the school year. And it looks like all we had to do was ask. So we appreciate you all for helping us.
You're very welcome. And the Boys and Girls Club, although they're not affiliated with the district as ACE, ACE, as you know, have limited spaces. And there are some parents and students that simply prefer the Boys and Girls Club to ACE. And so it's just really another option for our students. So we're glad to partner with you.
Definitely. We appreciate the opportunity.
What about Crockett? Is there not a need at Crockett?
We have currently one student signed up from Crockett. I think he's on the older end of age. And so a lot of times those kids get involved with other sports activities that kind of draw them away from the club for the time being. And so I do look for that student to be here this summer. What I'm also excited about is so far the parents that have signed up are from a lot of the different schools in the district. So hopefully the upcoming school year, after they fall in love with the club this summer, because I'm going to make sure they do that. Hopefully this upcoming school year, those kids come to the club as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there other questions anybody has?
One, you said that we can come take a tour of the Boys and Girls Club. Do we need to make an appointment, or how does that work?
I'm pretty much here just about all day long. So if you just want to pop in, you can pop in. If you want me to leave my cell phone number in the chat, I can do that as well. But we definitely welcome you all out to come take a tour of the club, whether that's during program time or before program time. We'll be glad to have you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you for what you're doing for our students, because we know it makes a difference.
Most certainly. My pleasure.
Okay. Thank you. Now we move on to our special education update.
Yes, for this portion, I'd like to call our Executive Director, Special Ed, Ms. Stacy Pryor.
Good evening, President Stafford, Dr. Liggins, and members of the board. And yes, Bonnie Jean, I'd like to welcome you as well. Tonight, I will be giving you an update on the GISD Special Education Program. Next slide, please. The purpose of special education services is to enable students with disabilities to successfully develop to their fullest potential by providing a free and appropriate public education in compliance with the Individuals with Disabilities Act. And also as a reminder, dyslexia and 504 services are not part of special education. In order for a student to qualify for special education services, they must meet 2 criteria requirements defined by the Individuals with Disabilities Act. First, a student must meet the eligibility requirements of one of the 13 disability categories. And second, demonstrate a need for specially designed instruction. Specially designed instruction is what makes special education special. Next slide, please. In May of 2020, we had 750 students who received special education services in GISD. As of May 1st, 2021, we have 775 students who are receiving our services, which translates to 15% of the current GISD student population. Our demographics for our special education student population, 66% of our students are male, as 34% are female. And ethnicity breaks down as 38 students Hispanic, 32 white, 27% African American, and 2% Asian, and 1% Pacific Islander. Next slide, please. According to the 2019-2020 TAPER report, 10.7% of Texas students receive special education services. As you can see, GISD is providing special education services to more students than the state average. That's okay. We want to do our due diligence as a district and ensure we are providing students with disabilities the services and supports they need to be successful in the school setting. Next slide. Public schools are required by federal law to have students who receive special education services learn in the same general education classroom as their peers to the maximum extent possible. Students with disabilities are general education students first. All special education students must receive their special education services in the least restrictive environment in accordance with the Individuals with Disabilities Act. Least restrictive environment isn't a place, it's a principle that guides a child's education program. Least restrictive environment applies to a student's entire education program, including services. It is imperative legally, ethically, and morally that all students are educated with their typically developing peers to the maximum extent possible. All means all. Next slide, please. Who determines least restrictive environment for a special education student? Their Admission Review and Dismissal Committee, often referred to as you'll hear people say the ARD committee. A student's Admission Review and Dismissal Committee is comprised of the student's parents, campus principal or assistant principal, general education teacher, special education teacher, evaluation specialist, and related service providers. All students in special education are required to have an annual meeting to review their yearly progress and develop a new individualized education plan. The individual education plan must ensure that a student is being educated in the least restrictive environment. The Admission Review and Dismissal Committee has to document if and why a student is being placed outside of a general education classroom. And just a little fun fact, as of Monday, May 17th, we have held 1,221 ARDs in GISD this school year. Next slide, please. This slide is a graphic representation of our special education programs in GISD. We provide a continuum of special education supports in our district, which include inclusion and self-contained programs. Inclusion support is provided in the general education classroom. The blue and red portions of the chart are the students who receive inclusion and speech-only services. Therefore, 73% of our special education students are served in the general education setting. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to give you an overview of each of our special education programs in more detail. Placement in all these programs is determined by the student's Admission Review and Dismissal Committee. The majority of our students receive all their instruction in the general education classroom. Inclusion support is an excellent model for assisting students receiving special education services while fully assessing grade level curriculum. It is a service provided by a special education teacher and a paraprofessional. The inclusion teacher may provide direct instruction, reteaching, modifications, assisting in other ways, and working in collaboration with that general education teacher. Inclusion support is provided on all of our GISD campuses. Early childhood special education is our babies, as we refer to them. We provide developmentally appropriate preschool experience for students with disabilities ages 3 to 5, or birth to 5 years for our students that have visual or hearing impairments. They're in a classroom with a low student to teacher ratio. Interagency coordination occurs with early childhood intervention programs, physicians, and child care providers to help facilitate a transition from home or a center-based program to the school setting. The early childhood special education program is located at LP Waters. Next slide, please. The Structured Teach classroom is a centralized instructional setting designed for students who need individualized high level of support and structure to meet academic, social, behavioral, and communication needs. The Structured Teach classroom provides a high degree of structure with a low to student to staff ratio and a systematic use of a variety of research-based intervention to enhance their instruction, develop communication skills, and manage student behaviors. Students are supported to participate in academic and non-academic activities with their general education peers throughout the school day. Our Structured Teach classes are located at Bowie, Carver, and Travis 6th Grade Center. Next slide, please. Our largest group of students in self-contained setting are in the life skills and our functional academics classes. And these classes are designed to meet the needs of students whose intellectual, developmental, and academic levels are so delayed that participation in the general education classroom, even with modifications and accommodations, is unfeasible. The Life Skills program is a specialized placement for students with significant intellectual disabilities who need opportunities to develop their functional academic skills, along with skills that they will need in everyday life, such as self-care, vocational, functional reading and math, money management, self-advocacy, rec leisure, and independent skill, and to learn how to become more independent. The functional academic class is designed for those students with the mild to moderate intellectual disabilities with academic, social, and functional deficits, in addition to the components designed to increase the academic rigor in the classroom. The functional academic class also focuses on developing students' functional, social, and vocational skills. The curriculum in the Life Skills and Functional Academics programs are aligned with grade level TEKS, Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills, but is significantly modified based on student need as indicated in the student's individual education plan. Life Skills and Functional Academics classes are located at Lamar, T6, middle school and high school. Next slide, please. The Elementary and Secondary Education Act requires a state may not assess using an alternative assessment aligned with alternative academic achievement standards for more than 1% of the total number of students in the state. So only 1% can take an alternative assessment. The Texas Education Agency developed the State of Texas Assessment of Academic Readiness Alternate 2. We refer to that just STAR Alt 2 to meet this federal requirement. The Texas Education Agency designed the STAR Alt 2 to assess students grades 3 through 8 and high school who have significant cognitive abilities and are receiving special education services. The Texas Education Agency defines a significant cognitive disability as a delay in intellectual and adaptive behavior skills, not based on a lack of English language proficiency or poor achievement, and the student must consistently require specially designed instruction and supports across all areas. One thing I want to know, every child in special education has to take some type of STAR assessment. So this is a small portion, 1% across the state that can take the STAR Alt 2. All other students receiving special education services, regardless of their disability, are required to take their grade level STAR assessment. Next slide, please. Finally, I have two more programs, sorry about that. The Life Choice program is designed to serve students whose behavior consistently interferes with their educational performance. This program provides a structured learning environment, social skills curriculum, and instruction. The goal of this program is the successful return of the student back to the general education classroom on their home campus. The Life Choice program is located at Travis 6th Grade Center, middle school and high school. Next slide. The Greenville Regional Day School Program for the Deaf serves students who are deaf or hard of hearing from birth to 21 years of age. Our regional day school serves 26 school districts in our area through a shared service arrangement. We, on Monday, had our annual meeting with all the districts to talk about next year and the students and what's going on. The Regional Day School Program for the Deaf focuses on the educational achievement of students who are deaf or hard of hearing. We provide support and assistance to the parents who have of the children who have a hearing loss and work closely with professionals serving these students. The goal is to create a neat network that meets the needs of these students. Next slide, please. 2021 has been a challenging year, but I'm excited to share that we've made some great gains in the special education department. In 2019-2020, GISD was selected for Texas Education Agency's Special Education Program Cyclical Review. In September 2019, GISD's special education policies and practices were reviewed and found to follow federal and state requirements. In March of 2020, a comprehensive desk review of GISD special education student folders was completed by the Texas Education Agency. The review found our files were 100% compliant. Very proud of that. Next, for the 2019-2020 results-driven accountability, we received a rating of a performance level 3. For the 2020-21, we moved up to a performance level 2. With all school districts in the state, we will continue to work with the Texas Education Agency on our strategic support plan, which focuses on our continued improvement. This year, we're in year 2 of significant disproportionality for in-school and out-of-school suspensions for African-American males in special education. We have made great strides this year in the reduction of these placements, as we have worked with the principals throughout the school year on reviewing discipline placements at our monthly special education meetings. We are expecting to see this decrease in the number of these out of school and in school suspensions reflected in next year results accountability rating. And for the 2019-2020 school year, GISD was 100% compliant on our state performance plan indicators, which includes indicator 11, timely initial evaluations, indicator 12, early childhood transition, and indicator 13, secondary transition. So we are very proud. I am very proud of the hard work the special ed team has put in getting us 100% compliant. That's where we should be every year. So they have done a great job. So next slide. Any questions? I'd love to clarify or answer any questions you have about our program.
Have you been able to speed up the time that it takes to, when a teacher thinks that a student may be in need of special ed until they become placed in special ed?
Yes, as that timely initial evaluation is the initial referral process, and we are meeting all those timelines. As soon as we get it from the campus, we work quickly to get that student started in the assessment process.
So how long would it take to get through the assessment process?
They have
now?
45 school day, by law, 45 school days to test, and then 30 days to go to ARD. Okay. And we are consistently meeting before that timeline.
Okay.
And if I can clarify that as well, that once they've gone through the RTI process, we're still required to, if a child's struggling, the first thing isn't to send them to get tested for special ed. The teachers have to go through an extensive process. It's called RTI, which is response to intervention. So teachers have to go through that to really see if the kid is just a slow learner, if the kid is having, if this is just a typical topic or subject for them. And so so that 45 days and then 30 days comes after that process. And that process could last quite a bit longer, simply because you don't want to, the first time a kid struggles, you don't want to say, well, they must have a learning disability. You want to really try everything you can in the general ed setting to see if they just may simply need a little extra help.
If you have a request from the parent, are you able to move that up, or is it just specifically from the teachers?
At times we look at all the data and see, there's many parent requests that we go ahead and immediately start testing. Depending on if we suspect a child has an intellectual disability or one of the other, we move quickly on that. So just as soon as we get it to our office.
I see that you have a lot of positive things that you're saying, but do you have any struggles?
Oh, of course we do. We always do. COVID, while we have the majority of our students attending, it's, you know, our kids are getting quarantined and this and that, keeping just special education teachers have a lot on their plate, besides teaching, the IEP development, and progress monitoring on all those things. So we try to simplify that as much as we can for them, but we have, as you can tell, several things that we have to follow with federal law.
So do you feel like you have a robust program that is meeting and hitting all the needs, or do you need something to help become a more robust program? I mean, I asked for you, I wanted you to be on the agenda because I wanted to hear if you had any struggles. I don't know if that's why you're on the agenda, but I'm glad that you are. But I just wanted to kind of see if there was struggles in the special ed department, what they were, and if there is anything that we could do to support that to make it better.
I'll think on that. I mean, they have been very generous with me with staff. We have a phenomenal staff, and we're meeting the needs of the students, especially with the assessment staff that I directly oversee. We've added some more teachers this year. We've added some more paras. So they are always, Dr. Liggins is open to any suggestions for some staffing. We have received some grants this year that we were able to buy quite a bit of the assessment materials that we needed because we've added our own speech therapist and they all require the testing materials. So that was a great thing to do as well.
And Ms. Pryor has also done a great job. She's brought in, we were spending hundreds of thousands of dollars at outside resources, and she was very good at recruiting our own folks, bringing them in-house, and really saving tons of dollars and having the same services that we were contracting with others. And that was done through her connections and her leadership of that department. So thank you for that. I would like to say, though, just in general, being a special ed teacher as you noticed, you know, first of all, we have a higher percentage of about 4% more than the state does in special ed. And only 1% of those students, regardless of what their disability may be, can take an alternative test. So as you can imagine, most of our teachers are teaching kids who have disabilities that must take and be successful on a grade level STAR test. And so that alone does cause a lot of angst, not just, you know, at the principal level and at this level, but especially those teachers who are in the classroom dealing with those students each and every day, and struggling to teach them in the environment to try to get them to be successful on a grade level test when quite possibly their disability make that even more difficult than it does for your typical struggling student. So it's definitely not all rainbows and unicorns, but I think to an extent, I think special ed just kind of accept that there's always going to be some challenges simply because of some of the guidelines placed on us by the federal government.
You think it's harder for the mainstream teachers that have inclusion, are they all taught on how to handle, because I feel like sometimes the special ed kids that are in inclusion come across as disciplinary problems, which you kind of addressed in that you're trying to get away from the ISS and suspension. So are the mainstream teachers that are not special ed specific teachers, are they trained in handling that? Because I think that, you know, if they complain, it's about discipline. A lot of times it does go back to something where we really can't do anything about that because it's part of just their disability.
Yes, there is a training every year at the beginning of the year for teachers on inclusion. And I'd say most teachers, correct me if I'm wrong, either Stacy or Sharon, most teachers, gen ed teachers, as far as core academics, are also inclusion teachers. Is that a true statement? Meaning,
That our inclusion teachers are core academic teachers?
that our core academic teachers, most of them have special ed kids in their classes.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yes.
And we've really been working with our special ed teachers, the inclusion teachers, going to PLCs this year to learn some of that content and curriculum. But it's, you know, we're always here to train and help. And they do a good job. All the teachers in GISD do a really good job.
I mean, it's a problem in GISD we want to resolve and have less of, but it is not unique to Greenville ISD at all. This is not only a state, it's a federal problem. It's just the feds really, in my opinion, place somewhat unrealistic, but fair and equitable expectations on teachers and districts. But I don't know of a place that does it better than Greenville ISD to try to make sure that we get around all of those challenges.
Are we no longer penalized for having more kids in special ed than
the
state let you have?
No.
We're not
that
penalized anymore. Good.
That comes out on the RDA, but our numbers, things have changed over the past few years. I will say that. And they realize that more students need services. And I am under the philosophy, I've always have been, if kids need our services, they need our services, and I want them to get it. They need it.
Okay.
I have a question. Hello, Miss Stacy.
Hi, Roger.
You got to answer one of my questions already about how many hours testing and hours going.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations on that high number.
Okay.
No, my question is about the senior sped students.
Okay.
Are we encouraging these students to apply for colleges? Because there are special needs scholarships out there.
Yes, we are. If I can talk a little bit about this year we added a transition specialist, Shelby Hale. She has been doing a phenomenal job working with our kiddos in the high school down to some of the middle school kids and working with Texas Workforce Commission and getting them where they need, if it's a trade school, if it's a college. Texas Tech has a program for students with autism. Texas A&M University and North Texas has just started programs with children with intellectual disabilities. So that we are working hard on that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sure. Is that it?
Well, thank you for your report. We appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. Sure. Thank you.
Okay. Letter D is human resources, and under that is TASB pay and stipend study.
Can't hear you.
Yes, for this section, I would like to call Mr. Keith McLemore. He is a TASB HR service specialist. And we actually, as a district, contracted with TASB to conduct a pay and salary and stipend survey. And he's going to give you some results of that survey. And then thereafter, we will have our second reading of the budget where we can discuss some of the things that Mr. McLemore is sharing tonight. So thank you, Mr. McLemore. With no further ado, you're up.
Thank you, Dr. Liggins. Really appreciate it. If you'll have trouble hearing me or anything, just let me know. Members of the board, thank you for having me tonight. It looks like I will be following along with the presentation from y'all's end, so that's good. Yeah, you can go ahead and do that. So my name is Keith McLemore. I basically mainly do compensation studies for the Texas Association of School Boards. I'm also a quasi HR expert, so we take a lot of calls from districts, HR departments with tough HR questions. But I do spend most of my time this time of year with compensation studies, and we were asked to do a pay study for Greenville ISD, which looked at just pay, and then also we look at your pay structures, the pay grades, the teacher hiring schedule, et cetera. And we also did a second study in conjunction that looked at your extracurricular stipend, your extra duty stipends for coaching and one act play and UIL and those other things. So it's we put in over 100 hours on our end cleaning data. The district puts a lot of time in because we ask them a lot of questions. We clean the data a lot, and then we jump in. But what we're doing here is just showing you the preliminary results. We're still working on the final report, which will be delivered at a later date. But here in this presentation, we can show you how you compare just to market, and that's what I'll be doing. So what you are looking at here is the list of peer districts that were approved for the PACE study, and the grouping you're seeing there, we have teachers. You can see the X's down there show that district was included. Then there are exempt, which are your the exempt non-teachers, and then the non-exempt on the right. The reason you see those asterisks there are that some districts didn't participate in our survey. We conduct a statewide survey, and over 600 districts usually participate, and that's where we get the data from. So it's over 600 districts, over 180 jobs, and that's what we use as the data source. But we work with y'all to find the best peer group, but we are somewhat restricted on who participates. So those 4 districts, Caddo Mills, Celeste, Commerce, Live or Lonoke, we got their teacher salary schedules from the district. Because we wanted them in there due to their geographic proximity. But they're not part of the other comparisons. So that's basically kind of describing that. Another side note there is for director level and up jobs. So then we have to kind of think directors of departments up to the cabinet level jobs. To get more apples to apples, we use statewide data for districts of similar enrollment size to have more of an apples to apples comparison. And Greenville's in a unique spot, like a lot of districts out around the DFW area, where y'all have you're competing against your local folks, and then you're also competing closer to the big urban districts. So we'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. But if I could get to the next slide, please, I'll show you the market districts for the stipend study. And so we have a separate survey for the extra duty stipends. So that's one of the reasons this list is a little different. And the other is because we just used districts that are within one UIL class of who we're working with. So you can see y'all are 5A, so we used just 4A, 5A, and 6A districts in this grouping. So that's why the market peer districts are a little different. Next slide, please. We also bring in outside data from 2 very reliable sources for jobs that exist within education and the private sector. Think accountants, LVNs, mechanics, et cetera, as a speech language pathologist. And we will blend data for a lot of those jobs to get a better market comparison, and that tends to lower the district's comparison to market, because private sector, not always, but a lot of the times is stronger, especially for tech jobs, technology, and healthcare. But we use Economic Research Institute and Comp Analyst are the 2 third-party providers we use for that. And it's not self-reported data is another thing. It's not like Glassdoor or Monster. They do a lot more. They do a lot more diligent work with actual companies, and it's not self-reported. If we could go to the next slide, we'll talk about your teachers. Before we get to the market data, just looking at experience, and what you're looking at here is just the total experience breakdown of all of your current teachers, librarians, and nurses. And yeah, I appreciate you scrolling in on that. You could always maybe do the slideshow in presentation mode too, just an FYI if you wanted it to be bigger. But y'all don't have anything that's out of the ordinary here, other than typically, if you look at the 0 year is that blue, the big blue pie piece up at the top right, that's kind of where this starts at 12 o'clock at 0 year. So you see 44 people were brand new to teaching or this year. And then the orange 104 have between 1 and 5 years of experience. In that bottom green pie in the 6 o'clock range is those with 6 to 10 years. And usually about half of a district's teachers, nurses, and librarians, or really teachers, have 10 years or less. And you can see y'all are a little on the younger side because y'all are in more than 50% have 10 years or less. And that's really common for y'all's area, to be honest. The satellite districts, that's pretty common. Next slide, please. This next one is looking just at your new hires this year. 73 teachers, librarians, and nurses were hired. And you can see the largest pie piece there are 0 year, those with who are new to the profession. And they are 55% of this group. That's another thing that's not uncommon for in your situation where you're located there, but nothing out of the ordinary. We just like to show you that to kind of give you an idea of who you're recruiting and who you have as far as their experience levels. Just FYI, the average total experience in Texas is 12 years, and y'all are just under that. Y'all are like at 10.9 years, so just a little below the state average for total experience. So pretty much normal. So let's get to what you're probably most interested in, because this is where, next slide, please, where the majority of your budgets go for salaries is your teacher pay comparisons. And the way you would interpret this is on the bottom on the x-axis, we look at everyone's 0, 5, 10, 15, and 20 year hiring amounts. And those are called benchmark years. And so we look at your benchmark years compared to the market, because typically the vast majority of districts have their teachers making pretty much exactly what their hiring schedule says. You don't have to do that, but it's just kind of a traditional thing, and it's hard for districts to move away from that for a number of reasons. But you can see that y'all are basically uniformly lagging market by about the same amount at all 5 benchmark years. And what I try to help districts when they see this kind of data to think about is some districts purposely lag market because they might have other things going on. Maybe the community has things that are a draw. Maybe the healthcare benefits are better, what is paid monthly, the stipends for coaching. There's a lot of different things that kind of go into the mix, but some districts choose to lag market. Most choose to match market, and a fewer amount want to lead the market. And there's a couple of districts that pop to mind there, but y'all are definitely lagging market. But I think considering the size differential, which does have a little bit of an effect for this population, as well as your non-exempt and your professionals, your sweet spot is probably, you want to be somewhere in the 95 to 98% of market range, I'm thinking, but that's really a local decision how competitive you want to be. So let's go to the next slide and we'll see the numbers that drive that chart. And you can see 0, 5, 10, 15, and 20. The Greenville salary schedule benchmarks are there at the top, and you can see the local market median, and then the percentage differences are the second row from the bottom. So you can see you're at 93% of market there at 0, and then you're at 93 at 5, 91% at 10 and 15, and 93 at 20. And then you can see at the new stat on the far right is your average salary is 13% below market, and that's probably attributable to a certain degree with the experience factor we showed you, right? I see districts with stronger than average total experience, and that skews their average pay to some degree. But all that to say, you can see the dollar differences at the bottom there, $3,800 at 0 years, and you can kind of follow along to see the actual dollar differences there. But on average, y'all are about $7,500 behind the market on average teacher pay. Let's go to the next slide if you could. This is a chart that is not including coaching stipends or the ones that are part of the extracurricular or extra duty stipend study. This is just teacher add-ons that are common. And so what you're seeing here is the second column has Greenville ISD's offerings, the amount paid for these, and then the next column is the market value. And then on the far right, you can see the number of districts reporting, and obviously the fewer districts that are reporting, you see there's 2 out of 14 for that subject area masters. That market is, it's a little misleading because there's just 2 data points, but I left that in there because statewide, the median for subject area is about $1,500. So you can see, so subject area masters, what that means is the district pays if you have a master's degree in the area you're teaching, which is a TASB recommended. I don't want to say TASB, in our department, in HR services, we think that's a good place to put your money, because the research shows if someone has a master's degree, especially in science and math at the secondary level, and that's what they're teaching, student outcomes are positively affected by that, versus like me, when I was going to teach in my first teaching job, they were going to give me $1,500 because I have a master's degree in research, and I was going to be teaching Spanish. And I said, yeah, that sounds great. So I think that's a good strategy, but you are lagging market somewhat there. We didn't make any recommendations at this point, but that might be something you consider in the future. Secondary math and science, y'all are pretty much right in line with market. Y'all are at 2,500. Market value is 2,650, 2,650 for both of those. And so in our world, that's right. That's pretty much market aligned as far as we're concerned. Special ed, self-contained, which is kind of, the previous speaker was talking about that, the director. So a lot of districts statewide have shifted from, used to when I started 6 years ago, that it was about equal, the number of districts that did general, this is self-contained, so we had SPED, general, resource, and then you have the special ed, but we're seeing more districts put the pot of money more towards the self-contained setting, and you are lagging market there at $1,800 versus $2,750. And there were 10 districts of your peers that offer that, so it's a pretty robust data set there. Where you are really doing well is bilingual, and y'all are at $7,000 versus $4,000, so y'all are definitely leading the market there. And it's districts that are experiencing difficulty getting the people the numbers they want to apply and the quality they want. Sometimes you'll see a big stipend like that go for that area. But you can see it, the market value is $4,000, so that's just a very competitive stipend in your area. So kudos to y'all for leading the market there. Next slide, please. So what you're looking at here is we're back to pay. That we're talking about pay, and so most districts will have a teacher, the teacher structure, which is at the hiring schedule, and then they'll have a structure that's for the non-teaching exempt. So think principals, directors, accountants, counselors, SLPs, et cetera. And then you have your hourly groups, usually divided into clerical, paraprofessional, auxiliary. What we do here is we break up your exempt group into the first 3. You see there's central administration. So those are going to be your directors and assistant soups. And then you have your campus administration, which are going to be your principals and assistant principals. Professional are going to be, those teacher career path jobs, counselors, diags, instructional coordinators, et cetera, all the way up to, your accountants and program coordinators. And then your administrative support is going to be will be your admin assistants, payroll clerks, et cetera. Instructional support are going to be your instructional aides. And then auxiliary are going to be your general maintenance folks, cafeteria, custodial, bus driver, et cetera, transportation. So the way to interpret this is that second column shows GISD's market comparisons. And so you can kind of see a general trend across the board. Y'all are in that 87 to 92, 94% range there. So just kind of uniformly a lagging market, but not, I'm sure you want to be closer, but like I said, your goal is probably to get into that 95% range on average. The other thing that's key to keep up with market is to have market competitive entry rates for your hourly people and your teachers specifically, and also to have your pay grade midpoints aligned to market, to be sure that you're providing market competitive pay increases and to be sure that your starting rates are competitive. So we also look at that your pay grade midpoints to market, and you can see those are uniformly low, kind of hand in hand with the pay, and that's kind of a common thing. So what we can do now is if y'all are able to adopt the proposed pay structures, we can get your midpoints to market now or close to market, but your pay will take longer to catch up. And because once we align your pay structures to market, you will have stronger starting rates and your pay increases will be stronger because it's for non-teachers, we're recommending calculating it off of your pay grade midpoint. So it'd be 2% of midpoint, 3% of midpoint. So once we get you realigned with your structures, you should see the pay incrementally catch up over time. And of course, you can always do stronger increases. The market shift is usually 2% every year. This year, it looks like it will be 1.5. Last year, it was 1% total, blips on, just totally out of the ordinary. Usually it's 2 to 3%, but market shift will probably 1.5. So that if you do want to advance your pay more rapidly, just keep that in mind. The market shift will be 1.5–2%. For next year. So if y'all want to go stronger than that and try to gain, you would want to do a 3% increase. That way you net about a 1% gain on the market. So also want to talk about your pay grade minimums for your hourly folks. And that's what you're seeing out on that second to last column on the right. And you'll notice it's just for the hourly non-exempt categories: admin support, instructional support, auxiliary. You can see kind of uniformly low there as well. And we haven't worked in Greenville and I don't know how long, but by working with us this year, if y'all adopt these structures, these minimums will come up as well. We try to get them up to the market minimums, especially for the high turnover job, multi-incumbent jobs like your aides, instructional aides, bus drivers, custodial, etc. And on the far right, you can see how many benchmark jobs that we had matches for from Greenville ISD to the market. If you're wondering what that represents, just showing you how many jobs are represented in each group for the study. Next slide, please. Now let's get to the athletic or the extra duty stipends rather. And this is a little bit more, I can talk about a little bit more briefly, but what you see, we have it broken up here in athletics, which is pretty self-explanatory, performing arts, and then your academics. So for this, we don't talk about percentage differences from market because of the scale of the dollars we're talking about. 10% of 80,000 is way different than 10% of 1,000. So we talk about it in dollar differences. So on average, your athletics are $1,200 and $1,265 behind market on average. Out of 20, that's 27 stipends we compared. Performing arts, you're on the plus side here. You're close to $400 above market for your performing arts. There were 9 stipends studied in the study, and for academics, you're $412 above market as well. So with 8 benchmarks there. So some districts I work with, their athletics are crazy strong, and then these are the performing arts and the academics are lagging. But y'all are kind of the flip flop, which I think generally is a little bit more palatable, depending on how you feel about athletics. So all that to say, we are going to propose, we have some recommendations I'd like to go through next. And so recommendation 1 is kind of it's a boilerplate one we do for all of these. And we recommend implementing the pay structure adjustments that's where we adjusted your midpoints and minimums to market. And so that will give you those strong starting salaries. Your midpoints will be aligned with market, and we realign your jobs based on market and job hierarchy, market value and job hierarchy. And so that's recommendation 1. Recommendation 2, if you go to the next slide, is to adopt a general pay increase. So the 2 things just keep in mind is we have, the pay structures, and then y'all have to do what you always do every year, which is, are we going to do it? Or can we afford a pay increase or not? So this is that pay increase piece. And so there are 3 models to give you a variation to choose from depending on the budget. And model 1 is where there would be a 1% for all job groups pay increase, and that's based on market value. So for teachers, it's 1% of whatever the teacher market, the market value for teachers, and for non-teachers, it would be 1% of your whatever pay grade midpoint you have. So everyone gets the same uniform amount. Model 2 is 2%. Model and I have a typo there. I just noticed, sorry about that. Model 2 should be Model 3, which is the 3% general pay increase. And like I mentioned before, for the teacher structure, the GP, thank you. Hey, look at that, real time. Save me. So for the teacher structure, for those on the teacher structure, that if you adopted the 2% increase, everyone would get 2% of that. The market value, you can see there's 66,500, and so that's how the general pay increase would be calculated. And then we have different teacher schedules that we've developed that align with these three models, and so there's a little bit more going on than you're seeing on this slide. And then for the other pay groups, like I said, whatever your pay grade midpoint is, it's 2% or 3% of that. So let's go to the next slide. This is something new I'm trying this year, and I realize it's a little small, but I just want to show you for Model 1, I mentioned there's 3 different hiring schedules that are proposed, and they have adjustments to get you a little closer to market. And so in Model 1, the starting rate would go up to $48,000. And you can see that green line is showing where Greenville ISD's your hiring schedule, how it would shift compared to market. But guess what? The market will shift, so you'll lose a little bit of that ground because that's based on this year's comparisons. But it gives you an idea, though. You know, this is where you go. The next slide shows you Model 2. And this one, the teacher hiring schedule, we raise the minimum up to 48,500. And you see the green line is getting a little closer. Of course, the teachers are getting a stronger increase. It's 2% of the market value instead of 1%. And then if we go to the third model here, you can see that the starting rate on the next slide, please. Oh, there, you're already there. It goes to 49,000 for the starting rate, and then you can see you're getting a little bit closer, and every teacher would get at least 3% of that market value. And so that's basically kind of the nuts and bolts of the teacher side. If we could go to, and y'all feel free to stop me if y'all have any questions, or we can save it till the end. The next slide, please, will be recommendation 3, I believe. And this is to provide adjustments to address market differences and maintain equity. And this is what y'all hired us for. We have a lot of neat little widgets and macros we can run in formulas to kind of track down some inequities within your pay data. It's not perfect, but it's really good, and it helps us sniff out some things. So I mentioned your hiring schedule. We wanted to get you a little closer to market for a few of those benchmark years. So there are some teachers or those being paid on the teacher hiring schedule that would get a little bit more than whatever the general pay increase is, to address where we made some schedule adjustments that are trying to get you a little bit closer to market. The thing to tell you about these extra adjustments is that once you get more aligned to market, these costs will go down. These are kind of like, okay, we gotta take it this year, and it's an extra cost, but as we move forward, you know, we shouldn't have to pay for these extra fixes because we did it just a year or two ago. When we adjust your structures, that second bullet, we also need to pay people extra to get them up to their minimums if they're below the new proposed minimums. There are some people that need a little extra money beyond the general pay increase to get them to at least the new pay grade minimum. And you'll see that in the cost. We kind of break that out for you. Targeted adjustments to move some employees further through the range. If we run a formula and if people are below a certain percentage of the midpoint, which is now related to market because we aligned it to market, and if they have if they're above the median years of experience in the district, then they fall into this formula that will kick out some extra adjustments to try to move them to the pay range a little bit, because we're trying not to get people compressed with these new ranges at the lower portions of the pay grades. We want to try to move, the object is to move people to midpoint as fast as possible over time. There are also equity adjustments for non-teachers with jobs that require SBEC certification. So these are those teacher career path jobs I mentioned. We run a formula that looks at, you know, assistant principals, instructional coordinators, diags, and it says, okay, if you're not making at least as much as you would as a teacher on a daily rate basis, we're going to not only get you to that amount, but get you 1% above that to get you a hair above what you make as a teacher on a daily rate basis. Then we have these placement scale adjustments which are a little bit more complex than I probably have time for, and that's for your hourly the auxiliary, especially in those pay grades, we have a lot of multi-incumbent jobs. We basically chop up the difference between the minimum and the midpoint into 20 equal increments and try to connect people's pay. We try to spread the pay by experience, and it's just a thing that you do once, and it's to spread people out to help with internal equity. It's not a experience scale. It's not like you can't predict where you'll be in a few years based on it. It's just kind of a one-time thing we do to spread people out to help out with internal equity for those high turnover jobs. And I say high turnover, but multi-incumbent, that's probably the better way to talk about it. Next slide, please. Recommendation 4 has to do with the stipend plan. This would be a separate recommendation from the general pay increase. So we did provide a new stipend plan with all the recommended changes for those stipends to get you, adjust you, the ones that are below market up to market values. And so this is saying, adopt the proposed stipend plan which has recommended amounts to bring, like I just said, values up to market levels. So there are stipends that are aligned to market for 58 different activities. There would be 57 employees receiving increases, and we always recommend holding harmless employees who are earning more than the proposed amount. So if what I'm making currently is more than what the proposed amount is, I would continue to make that as long as I'm in that assignment. And then the savings occurs through attrition when if I move on out of that role and y'all bring someone else in or I retire, the new person would make that new lower amount if there was a lower amount proposed. And that's why it says some savings occurs through attrition. Next slide, please. And this is another boilerplate recommendation. We're suggesting maintaining pay for employees paid above their pay grade maximum. And basically what that means is, if you're above your new maximum, you're not going to get a pay increase, which I realize that's not especially these days, isn't a favorite thing to do, but we're still sticking to our guns. That doesn't mean you have to do it. So there are options. But first I'm going to tell you the benefits. So we're delivering a market-based pay system. And the idea is we're setting your minimums and maximums at market competitive rates. So if you're above those market competitive rates, then to control costs, the idea is to try to get all your people within these ranges over time. And so if you freeze people now, the pay ranges will eventually catch up to them. So it's not like they won't ever get a pay increase. But if y'all did kind of take the hard road here, they wouldn't get one this next year, but they might get one in the future. It also helps maintain internal equity between employees doing the same or similar jobs, and respects the integrity of the overall pay system. So the options, you could give these people the same pay increase they otherwise would have received, but as a one-time payment. It doesn't count for TRS retirement purposes, but it's not a cost that you carry over from year to year. So that's one way you can still reward them for a year of service, but so they would get the same amount, but it just wouldn't go towards their base pay. Another option is to give them half the general pay increase. And then of course, the third option is just don't worry about it, and you just continue granting the pay increases like you always have. Next slide, please. And this is another boilerplate one. It's the last one. We suggest after we deliver all this new sparkly stuff that you'll annually review the compensation plan and update it as needed each year to maintain market competitiveness. Despite y'all being on the low to market side, the plans have been relatively well maintained, and y'all have done good at keeping the structure moving along without our help. But so to do this on your own, it's possible. But you would use the same market districts. We have data available that's free that you can do. You just log into our website and you can get the same data. But you would calculate new median starting pay, or you would calculate median starting pay and median average pay on an annual basis to kind of do what we did at a more basic level. And you would review the pay structures annually and adjust as needed. So if y'all remember one thing after I leave here today, really two things. One is if y'all don't call us for a few years and y'all adopt this, don't forget to adjust your hiring schedule for teachers every year. If you do it in years where you do a pay increase, that's one hiccup we see when we revisit people after a few years. And the other is if you, in the years where you do a pay increase, you want to adjust your midpoints, your pay grade midpoints by half of that. So if y'all do a 3% increase, raise your midpoints by 1.5%. And that will keep you out of a lot of trouble really, with getting out of alignment with market until y'all do hire us again or someone like us. So those are the two things I want to kind of leave you with there before we go to costs. So let's go to the next slide, and there's a different cost for each model. This is model 1, and you'll notice we're calling it, it's called the 1% general pay increase model, but with all of these adjustment costs, it ends up being more than that. So I don't really have a pointer here, but you can just see there's different rows for those main groups: teachers, then you have professionals, which are your non-teaching exempt folks, admin support, instructional support, auxiliary, and then stipends. So those are the rows. The general pay increase cost is what you're familiar with. How much, what is everybody going to get? So that's what the general pay increase is. And then these adjustments on that column are to do things, like I said, where some of the hiring schedules, adjustments for your teacher schedule. Some teachers will get more than others this year or next year because we're trying to realign you and get you closer to market. And then we need to bring people up to minimum. So that's why professional, those non-teacher groups have some heightened costs there because we've realigned your schedules to market, and we got to bring people up to their minimums. We have those teacher equity adjustments I mentioned, and those placement scale adjustments for the hourly folks. So that's what all that is, are those, and those will generally drop significantly after y'all fix a lot of that stuff. So that would kind of go away in future years. And then you have the total cost over there. So bottom line, 1% model in its current form would be an additional cost of $686,000 and some change, which is a 2.1% budget impact. So you can see it's actually double what the pay increase amount is, but we're fixing a lot of stuff. Next slide, please. Model 2, you can see that the adjustment costs go down slightly because the general pay increase is stronger. And so here we're at just a hair over $1 million for model 2 for total increase amounts. And then that's a 3% budget impact. And then model 3, which is the 3% model. Yes, I got it right here on this slide. You can see that's a $1.3 million and some change there. Total budget impact, and it's a 4% budget impact. 1,333 million, yeah. 1,333,000 and some change, and a 4% budget impact. So yeah, so we still have some things we're going to be working on with Dr. Liggins and his team, but we're getting close to wrapping things up. Do y'all have any questions I can try to answer while y'all have me?
So you feel pretty certain that the statewide average for raises this year is going to be about 1.5%?
Yes, and we actually just did a straw poll, and I call it a straw poll because they're saying we asked, we sent out a survey, and I think, I want to say 600 districts, 550, 600 participated, and they're at a little closer to 2%, but it varies by region. So I think it's really going to be 1.5, somewhere between 1.5 and 2. Because most of, I've been telling people 1.5 because that's been what most districts have been asking me for. And so that seems to be kind of what the budget is looking like for most districts. But it's probably going to get a little closer to 2%. But in that poll we did, it was just a hair under 2%.
Okay. Is TASB's thinking still holding people to 20 years and then not giving the raises, or are more districts going away from that and going ahead and paying more to 25 or 30 years?
For those on the teaching schedule?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, great question. I had this come up earlier with a district I was working with this morning, and they were actually asking that question. They're like, hey, we've typically capped what you make at 20 or 20, whatever the top end of the schedule is, and without a doubt, that is not the norm with the districts I work with, because I'm kind of skewed on that because we have a lot of return business, and so people have adopted the TASB recommendation, which is give all teachers the same general pay increase amount, and regardless of experience. And so I might be a little skewed on that because just of a lot of return business, but generally it's only new districts we work with that are still doing that, and on the smaller side, and we are pretty successful helping them move away from that. There are alternatives to that. Some districts I'm sure you've heard of have open ranges, which is, we could have a whole nother 2 hours to talk about that. It's rare, but some will go to an open range with just a minimum and a max. Others will do kind of a hybrid where they will, let's say their schedule goes to 25 years. They will have a maximum, so they will give everyone the general pay increase, but they have a control point at the top end. And I'm just making this up, but let's say your top end, your schedule is, I don't know, 60,000, and maybe they set the maximum at 65 or 66, so you're still rewarding those, but up to a point, and that's a moving target there. And that doesn't limit you. You can move that up and down as you see fit. But generally speaking, I would say 75% or more of districts I work, probably 80% of the ones we work with, give all continuing teachers the same amount, regardless of experience.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Good questions. Anything else?
Ask now while the expert's here.
I've never been called that before.
I think it's a lot of information to absorb, and I'm sure I will have questions. And is there a possibility of submitting questions after?
Absolutely. I'd be more than happy to get a compiled list and answer those. And I actually think it's probably a better vehicle because I can kind of chew on it a little bit more. So, yeah.
Well, one of the things that is a priority to me is giving the teacher salary schedule that we received at one of our meetings prior that did a comparison with all the districts around us and included the ones that our teachers are leaving our district for. And then there was I guess a proposed type of teacher pay scale that was presented at last month's meeting, where I am more in favor of, we don't have a problem getting teachers. We have a lot of new hires, new teachers. It runs into when teachers are here over 15 years, their pay scale is not aligned with the other districts for that time period. For instance, 25 years, we're at 57,648, where most are 60 plus. I want to see more of an increase on the end with teachers with experience versus rewarding or paying more to get teachers. We don't have a problem getting teachers. We have a problem retaining teachers after a number of years. Is there a way to refigure that to show that, or is that part of the models that you showed that would get that more in line?
That's a great question, or point, I should say. I can go as close to market as y'all want at whatever years that y'all are wanting to target, definitely. And so it would just take more money. I can go in and add more dollars at where y'all want to try to get closer to market. If it's at the, those higher experience levels at like 15, 20 years in that range, it's really easy to do. And I can do that with any of these models. It will just raise the adjustment costs. And I did take a look at that. I was able to see that model you are talking about. I think it had a $50,000 starting salary, and but you're right, it didn't really get you a lot. It got you much closer, much better aligned at years like 0 through 7 versus or years 0 through 5 versus at the tail end on that 15-20 range. But yeah, if y'all through the district, if they want to get with me on some extra money in some of those levels of experience, I'd be more than happy to do it and see how it looks.
And our finance department has done a little bit of that. And so they'll be presenting directly after this presentation. So you'll get to see a little bit of that. The one that was presented last month after speaking with Keith, we realized with all of the adjustments for equity, we realized that one was, if we were to do that, we could not adjust and correct anyone else's salaries. It would only be teachers because it was so expensive. We would not be able to look at We were talking about the administrative staff, the instructional support auxiliary. We just simply couldn't afford it. And so we've actually done a few calculations and have some recommendations to talk to you about during the second reading of the budget after this presentation. And it does address some of those concerns, Tish.
Good conversation. Anyone else? Hearing none, I will say thank you for having me tonight, and I'm always available. I'm a call away from the district, and or you can email me. And if you can get me through the 800 number you see there, or hrservices@tasb.org. But thank you very much. You have a lot of good things going on there, and I enjoyed being at your meeting tonight and hearing all the great stories, especially the person who met Denzel Washington. He's one of my faves. I'm really jealous about that.
Well, thank you so much for doing this for us.
My pleasure. Y'all have a good evening, and I'm sure I'll bump into you down the road. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay. The second reading of the budget.
Yes, for this portion, I'd like to call Sherry Dotson, our Chief Financial Officer.
Good evening, Dr. Liggins, President Stafford, and members of the board. Tonight, I'm going to present to you the second budget reading. First, we're going to look at projected revenues. So last time we looked at the revenues, I did not have our preliminary property values. So I have received those and was able to add those in. So as we go through each budget reading, you're going to see that I'm going to have more information to give you better numbers. So right now, our property values, they are up about 16.9%. So we're at about 2.8 billion in value. And then with House Bill 3, we will continue to lower our tax rate. So our tax rate is for the M&O is looking like it's going to go down to about 88 cents for the next coming year. So we have our local taxes will receive a little over $26 million. State funding will be a little over $20 million. Our TRS on behalf is a little over 2.5 million. And then we have our other revenues about 1.2. So that's going to give us about $50.5 million in revenues. And then we'll go to the second slide and we'll start looking at our expenditures and revenues and some different options that we have. So here I have a few different options. We have a 3% for all employees. Then we have a 3% for support staff, paras, auxiliary staff, and then that 2% teachers and professionals. And also we have the option of no raise at all. So in the first column, we have for each of those raise options, that would be what the cost would be. And then as Keith was talking from TASB earlier about the equity adjustments, so you will see that we've made some equity adjustments there to address all the issues or most of the issues that we're having. And then it also addresses the teacher hiring scale too, but it addresses model 1 that he had shown. And then we have our non-payroll expenditures, and that's going to give us our total expenses. And then our revenues, they are what they are right now for whichever option we choose. They're not going to change much. And then as you can see, all of these options right now, we are in a red of a deficit budget, but just know that we have our ESSER 3 funds coming. So for example, within our employee management system, we have 6 interventionists that have already been added in the system. So, but as the grant application is finalized and we're getting things completed, then you will see that that budget will start to go in the black. So, we still have our third budget reading, and then when we have our final on the 29th. So our goal is to at the end of the day is to get the budget to a balanced number.
So Shannon, if you go back up to slide 84, so basically the stimulus fund that she's talking about currently are not in here. However, we're moving forward as we discussed at the last meeting with hiring some of those positions due to the hiring season. So where it says other revenue, that number, once we get stimulus funds, will raise significantly. We're hoping as much as $4 million raised for the next 3 years at a minimum. So go to the next slide now. So at this point, because they're not in there, it hadn't been adjusted. However, some of the positions that are being hired has been put in the system. That's why you're seeing a red budget right now. Again, this is a process. That's why we come to you 3 times with the budget reading and then a final approval at the end of June. And I do understand loud and clear that the board fully wants to pass a balanced budget, and I agree with you, and you will receive a balanced budget. There very well may be a time, and we don't know what the estimation is for the TEA to release the funds. We submitted our application and went through the most of the appropriate and necessary things for the stimulus funds. Last week, I believe it was submitted. Tonight, you're voting on something else that's part of the application as well. But those funds could be released as early as next month, later this month, or it could be September. We're really not sure. We have been told by the commissioner and that we should fully expect those funds to be released to districts, but we're not including them until we have they're in our accounts. We've received them and been downloaded from TEA. So looking at this, there's 3 options. These are based off of the presentation of the previous of Keith from TASB. And as you'll notice, he did a 3%, a 1%, and a 3, 2, and 1%, then with equity adjustments. And so, and what we've taken is that 3%. We've also included the benefits that the district pays on behalf of staff that was not included in the TASB survey, which made the numbers go up, obviously, but they're much more accurate. And then these are the numbers, the final numbers, if you do that. It would be my recommendation, and of course, as a function of the board, is the sole responsibility of the budget is the board, so you can take or leave my recommendation. My recommendation, however, is that we look at the 3%, that one right there in the middle, the 3% for support staff and paras, and then the 2% for teachers and professionals, and then create the equity that currently that needs to be done. That I feel that puts us at a point to where our lowest paid employees are getting the highest increase, and then an equity adjustment is made for them, and then our degreed staff, our higher paid employees, teachers and professionals, are still getting a pay raise, and equity is also included in that. For Tish's point about which is a very good point that I didn't think of until you stated it, Tish. We will also go back and make sure at those mid-years that we are competitive and can see how that may impact it. I don't think it will impact it significantly more than that, but that would be my recommendation to you moving forward. But obviously, we're open for it.
Is there a reason why you did 3% support staff and paras and just 2% for teachers?
It was more affordable, and I figured if we were going to prioritize anyone on the 3%, it would be the lowest paid people in the organization, because that includes our instructional paras, our secretaries, our bus drivers,
That's not central office included
not
in that.
Yeah.
That would be in with the where?
Teachers and
Professionals.
professionals. The support staff does include like the secretaries at central office and the folks that are support staff at central office, but administrators at central office are down there with the teachers and professionals.
Does this reflect the numbers we talked about for the bus drivers and everything last month?
It would, yes, sir.
So if we went back to the last slide, and then you're saying that the 2.5 million that you have in there for TRES or whatever it said, TRS, the 2.5 million is not included in the budget in the next slide, correct?
No, it is. It wasn't included in the TASB numbers.
Oh, well, I thought that you said that it was negative because it wasn't reflecting the money we were getting from the stimulus.
That's
okay.
It's the other.
So I thought it was I thought you were saying it was 2.5
no,
is what you were
the
expecting.
1.2.
So then the next slide, where it's negative, if we added the money in that you're expecting to get, we would not have a negative.
Exactly.
And then also, just to point out, I mean, this last year in the instructional budget, we had 1.7 million surplus. The year before that was 3 million. The year before that was 3 million. So we're constantly not paying up to what we are budgeting. And I understand it's because of the hiring not at the midpoint, but we're also hiring, as his graphs reflected, a lot of teachers that don't have the experience. And so we're not going to be paying at the midpoint. So I think that we should go more along the lines of the 3% for all.
Arithmetic wise, you're only talking about $250,000 difference.
Yes, and that's at this point with the positions we currently have in there. More positions will be added. This is like now she said there's a few interventionists in there, but there were other positions that the stimulus funds will be paying that had been hired or hadn't been put in the budget yet. Whatever would happen, it would not go over what the anticipated. I'm not going to present to you all a negative budget to pass. So we would make sure that whatever it is, we would make sure that it's a balanced budget and adjust accordingly.
Can we afford to give 3% to everyone? And then when the stimulus funds go away, will we still be able to support those positions?
Well, all of the stimulus funds positions, they're receiving a contract that actually states when stimulus funds is gone, those positions are gone. So it would, technically we'd be right down to the staff we had originally. So yes.
That's the only thing stopping me from going to all 3%. Because when that money goes away, those people might have to get laid off. So I'm in favor of the 3% for support staff and parents and 2% for teachers, because ain't no sense in hiring those people. You're not going to be able to keep them.
Are you still planning to move the starting for 0 teachers to 50,000, or could we maybe lower that down to 48 and 49 and go?
With the TASB survey, I believe for
It
the
was
3%,
48,000.
it was 40. Was it 48?
Yes,
Even?
48,000 was what
Okay.
the starting pay is.
At the 3%.
No, that should be 49 with the 3%, I think.
Yeah, I thought that's what he presented.
I thought it was a little higher. Let me go back and look at my.
But last time, weren't we talking 50,000, for starting
Yes,
salary?
that was one that we realized we
Can't do.
We can't do unless all we're going to do is adjust teacher salaries this year
Okay.
to get there.
Okay.
So if you're doing the 3% for everybody, for the teachers, because we're looking at the teacher pay scale, how is that going to affect our teachers that have been here longer, 15 plus years? They're not going to get as much as the others, or?
Well, what this would do, and again, this would be a hiring scale. Teachers, of course, are paid. So what it would do is equalize everyone to be on the exact same pay. So whereas now, if a teacher started 2 years ago and they got certain raises, they may be 3% above, let's say a 15-year teacher, they may make 3% above where that starting salary is, where someone else that were hired later may make 2% above it. What it will do is put them all on the same. So one of those teachers will get a 0.5% raise, the other may get a 1.5% raise, but it equalizes it for each of them because it's just it's where you would put them. No one would obviously receive a cut, but it would equalize everyone at that point. So it wouldn't be, when we say 3%, that's why we also have that equity, because for some teachers, that would be more than 3% that they need to be equalized. And for other teachers, it may be a little bit less.
Equalized with market? Is that what?
No, equalized to where if everyone for the 21-22 school year with 15 years experience would all be making the exact same salary.
But no one with 10 years would be making more than the 15 years.
Exactly.
Or the raise wouldn't be as much as 15 years. I have a problem with newer teachers having a bigger raise than our teachers that have been here long term.
Yeah, so next year what it would do if we adopted what the TASB is recommending, it would equalize everyone regardless of how many years they've been here. Everyone would get on the same. So let's say if it's 60,000 for easy math at 15 years, every teacher, whether they came this year or they've been here the last 15 years, they will all be at 50. Moving forward, people coming in, because next year, once they're at 60, next year the board say we're getting a 3% raise. They're getting a 3% raise based on midpoint. The new teacher is coming in at that hiring schedule that is at 60,000. So that 15-year teacher is making less now than that teacher, but next year it equalizes everything. Does that make sense? And it's just a 1-year thing to equalize everything where everyone is on the same pay grade, and then moving forward, it's kind of a reset button because we're trying to create equity to where everyone's being paid fairly and equally, and then moving forward.
But like Aletha stated, this past budget, we had a surplus of 1.7 million that we had budgeted for payroll that we did not use.
For instructional payroll.
Yeah, instructional payroll.
And we're extremely conservative. We've had some financial issues, so I will be honest with you, it scares me to not be conservative. I'd much rather at the end of the year, and I totally understand what Ms. Cruz is saying. It scares me to be a little less conservative and then maybe come in. It's great if we come in at 0, we spent what we said we were going to. I'd hate to come in and say, okay, we're at red at this point. So that's,
well, could we
I can understand being conservative if we had a low fund balance, but we don't. We have a very healthy fund balance. And so we can afford to not be so conservative. We can, I mean, especially after this year of just terrible conditions for the teachers. I feel like it's, I loved the pay scale that you presented to us, but I understand not being able to do that because they would be the only one to get it. But I think that we should try to do as much as we can.
Well, we just don't want to put ourselves in a position at the end of the year we owe Austin money back, because
what if we did like
budgeted
1.5 as TASB suggested, and then once we get the stimulus money and see where we're at, can we not make adjustments mid-year?
We could. It complicates things so much simply because of usually mid-year when we do something, and you guys have done it before, it's a one-time stipend. It's not a full-time raise because it just throws everything completely off in our system mid-year, because teachers are paid on a 12-month cycle, or everyone's paid on a 12-month cycle, and changing that in October really throws the system off to how that functions. I just need direction of how you'd like me to proceed. I mean, my heartburn doesn't matter. I mean, we're going to do what the board desires. And Ms. Cruz, you make a very valid point. We do have a healthy fund balance, and
But we have it now. So, I mean, but we got to think, can we sustain it year after
Yes.
year?
Yes.
Or is it going to run out after 4 years? And then we're like, oh, what do we do now?
Yes.
We can't cut the teacher's pay. So what else do we do?
So then do we keep saving and saving, and then at the end of the year saying, oh, well, we'll use it for this, or we'll bonus the teachers? I mean, we have an equity compared to other markets. I mean, the TASB guy just proved to us that we are far below where we need to be. So I guess I go back to PTA kind of, and if we get a budget in the year, we need to spend it on the children in that year, because we can't roll it over to the next year. And so we have a budget for the year. We should spend it on the teachers, and that's going to benefit the children in the district. So why wouldn't we do that? I mean, I'm not just talking about teachers, but everyone in the district.
Well, because you're going to have to keep that pay year after year after year.
Mhm.
So we might be healthy now, but what if some, major stuff comes up and we have to spend some of our fund?
If L3 leaves town.
So then we have
then we'd
800
be in
houses.
trouble.
We have 800 houses being proposed to be built here, which will bring children into the district. You can be negative, but you can also be positive, and we can fall somewhere in the middle.
Well, to me, I see the middle ground as the 3% for support staff and the 2% for teachers this year. I mean,
they didn't get anything last year.
Well, but they also got 2 nice bonuses. So we have to include that, even though it doesn't show up on the forms.
But that doesn't help them when they go to the grocery store to buy their groceries or pay their bills. They cannot count on that money.
No.
I like the option 2 still, because keep that with that fund balance for a rainy day in case something major happens.
Mm-hmm.
But how much is our fund balance? It's how much times the amount that you said it should be as healthy.
I think where is it at now? It should be at 25%. What percentage is it at now, Sherry?
So we did move $1 million over to capital projects. So for sure, based on the last audit, so then that would be about 16 million. And then after the audit, we'll know how much extra, if we're going to be able to put more in there than the 16 million that is estimated.
So is that 25%? Is it 30%?
About 30.
It's actually
33?
a little over 25%.
Yeah.
16 divided by.
I think I would feel more comfortable doing option 2, and then like we do at Christmas and so forth, given a bonus if we have the additional funds.
And that's 32%, Ms. Cruz.
But what if we gave 2%? Where would we be at on that?
2% overall?
Overall.
It would probably take away a few. Maybe it may be at the 1 million. The support staff doesn't make a whole lot, so the 3% there isn't as big as 3% on the others. And the teachers are our largest employee group too, so giving them 3% impacts it much more significantly. So it wouldn't, doing everyone at 3% wouldn't be at 2%, wouldn't be as you can see. I mean, when you do 3% all employees, it goes up about only 200 and something.
My question is, can we, like Mr. Woodruff said, if we do the option 2, we ever give a bonus down the line, like a Christmas bonus, something like that, we go with option 2.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, you at any point, I mean, you can decide. We get our audit, I think, in October. You can decide at that point, when we know what's been added to the fund balance, what can be put in there.
Okay.
Or you can, I mean, I mean, that's one of the blessings of that being y'all's responsibility as the board. You get to decide just to direct me how you like it done. There is, we have been, and it was pointed out, we've been ultra conservative, and quite possibly out of fear, and not necessarily fear, but out of extreme caution of where we've come from and what, when coming in over 4 years ago, what was inherited and getting us to this healthy place. But I mean,
You know, and yeah, and we don't know if those, 16% of our kids who are homeschooling right now, or online students, how many of them are not going to come to school next year? Maybe if they like being, on homeschool, or how many may go to PTAA. So
that is
that's the thing.
If you've driven by PTAA lately, they are building their school massively to open in the spring. So
personally, I'd be in favor of the middle plan, the 3 for the support staff and 2 for the teachers. I mean, 2% is 2%. It's twice what I got for Social Security. But being ultra conservative is a good thing. This school district got in a heap of hurt just not too many years ago, and being ultra conservative has bailed us out. And we need to remain that way for a while until, yes, 800 houses is going to help us a lot, but they're not here yet. We can't bet on something that we don't have yet.
We can also not bet on a deficit either. That was
that's
my
true.
only point, is that we can't bet on a deficit just as much as we can't bet on those houses. I was only giving that as a point to say it could be a positive as well. And we could have a lot more money than we ever could use. Not really, but we just have another surplus. I just think that if we constantly have a surplus, we could be using that during the year so that the students are benefiting from it throughout the year with instruction. That
Maybe
is my only point about that.
Understand. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the discussion we had last month, we talked about a number of projects that we were going to do in the 2021 budget versus the 21-22 budget that would cut down on that surplus that we're projecting. True or false?
We voted on things from the current surplus, right? The 1.7, and then we proposed a lot of things that were going to be paid from the stimulus money.
Sure.
Not from the
general budget.
General fund.
Ms. Haynes, Ms. Stewart, do you guys have anything to add?
I think that like the option 2, and I also like a hybrid of what both of you are suggesting, looking at rewarding the teachers maybe with offsetting bonuses or Christmas things, so that is done during the year, but we still have a balanced budget and there's still enough fund balance for anything that could happen. So I think there's kind of a middle road that can kind of roll all those ideas in.
We're also thinking about doing, or we have a bond committee, correct? And so that's going to be presenting, and that's going to be for some of the repairs and things like that. So if we have that approved, then
Well, but that's 2 years away from getting anything or more, actually done. So in the meantime, we still have middle school that needs attention, as well as what we're doing at the bus barn and stuff. So, we just got to be careful. I mean, it's not fun being on a board when you don't have any money. It's just not.
You're unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, great. I think that what we need to be doing is we look at the charts and we look at the graphs and what we have showing us what plan 1 and 2 and 3. I think we need to make sure that we are being that conservative body that needs to look at the entire cost of what we're doing. I think we always have to have things in reserve, because I've seen the times when we didn't have it and we had equipment to fail. We had whatever to fail. We also need to pay those the teachers. We got some awesome teachers, and they need to be paid, and they need to be paid as much as we possibly can. But let's be realistic when we do. When we do that, let's make sure that we do what it is that is necessary. Make sure we're going to get that outcome that we're looking for with the money that we're willing to pay for it. That's the way I feel.
does the TEA look down on school districts that keep a large general fund balance?
It can get to a point where it's outrageous.
It will.
We're not
Yeah.
there.
But we're
What
not there
is that
yet.
amount?
No.
No.
What if we
Because I
approach?
thought I had just read an article about a district that got in trouble because their general fund was over a certain amount. And so I just,
Well, what I will tell you is the legislature really frowns on it in general. All school districts in Texas combined has a larger fund balance than the rainy day funds at the state level. And they frown upon the fact that that exists. However, at the state level, their rainy day funds they don't have a hailstorm where they have to spend $1 million overnight in fund balance. So I think it's an unfair comparison to show, because their fund balance truly does just sit there until they say, well, yeah, we want to distribute it. Whereas the school districts could be over 50% one day, and the next day it could be at 40% based off of just school. And so I don't think there is a certain amount where they're like, okay, this is your, but we would, and it's definitely not at 32% where we're at. There's districts with well over that amount that still continue to do that. And I honestly think if we passed a bond and all of our old buildings are repaired and in good shape, and we know we're not going to have to worry about replacing a roof for 20, 30 years, I think that approach makes perfect sense. We don't have any issues that we think are going to pop up that's going to be absolutely insane. At this point, we're asking tonight for another $700,000 out of fund balance just to take care of LP Waters. It's just, but there's so many things that need to be done. I just, yeah. But so what I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think from the majority of the board, you want us to continue to be conservative at this point for the most part, but give our teachers as much as we possibly can.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Will you come back the next time and talk more about like what she had said about the mid-year teachers? Is it gonna?
Absolutely. Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. What we'll probably, because at the June board meeting, that's the third reading, and then on June 29th is the actual adoption of the budget. What we've raises will definitely be included in the original. We may have to come back after June, depending on stimulus, and make an amendment to the budget. And we have to come back in August anyway for you calls to set the tax rate. So it may be as late as August to where we amend the budget to include the stimulus funds. Maybe as late as September, October, I don't know. But for sure the raises will be in the original budget that you pass June 29th. And we will have the actual teacher pay scale as part of that approved budget.
I'd also like to see the pay scale for the like hourly employees.
Okay, yeah, that's all included in the package. You'll get that.
Like I want it broken down, not just like teachers or support staff. And, I want it like, I'd like to know like what groundskeepers make, are we in line with other districts?
Yes, what we will have is for those type positions, there's a minimum, mid, and maximum. And that's what's on there. And that's what TASB is actually providing us. That's within market. I would like to say that everything TASB, as you guys saw the arrows to where the market is and where we are, and then the dotted lines where we would be if we pass that. We simply don't have enough money to get to that line. And then of course, he said that line is moving again, at least 1.5% to 2% this year. So our goal is to continue to get closer and closer to that line, but that line keeps moving. And we keep moving, but I think will still going to be well within probably about 90% of the market still, but we'll definitely bring that. And that's part of the entire packet that you guys approved.
Okay. What do you think about raising the stipends for master's and doctorates?
I will tell you, we did not calculate, we did not take in this proposal, the recommendations for stipends. We did a huge adjustment. You guys actually last year approved an adjustment to athletic stipends, which seemed to still be a little bit on the lower end, according to him. But there was a huge adjustment made to them. Another thing we can do for stipends, and that's another part of the study that he gave us, is lower the amount of days folks are working. So there were some athletic stipends where the athletic stipend was less than the average market, but our folks also didn't work as many days as the other people. So it kind of averaged out, or they can work less days. As far as the academic stipends you were asking about, on average, we're above it. But at my recommendation at this point is consider the stipends at and another, the equity of the stipends at another budget year.
Okay.
And look at the core salary of folks.
The main one that was super low was besides the athletic one was special ed. Was that the second lowest?
Self-contained special ed, yes.
Mhm.
And that could possibly be just a very minimal amount of folks that are impacted by that. So we could possibly look at including special ed. Those self-contained stipends.
Yeah, from 1,800 to 2,700, that's quite a gap.
Okay. Jed Reed's on here, and so is he's Jarvis and Sherry Dotson. So y'all take that note also. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Moving on. Okay, action and discussion items. Consider approval of advertisement to schedule budget and tax rate hearing for the 2021-2022 fiscal year.
Yes, as you know, each year we have to have a public hearing for the taxpayers and the public to come and share with you their comments on the tax rate. We would like to schedule that hearing. Do we have a date for that, Ms. Dotson?
I was just actually looking for my calendar. I did not. Yes, but there is a date for all of that.
It's actually in our you guys
calendar,
budget calendar. Actually,
motion indicates June 29.
Yes, that'll be our proposed tax rate. So we'll just propose it based on everything, and then in August, we'll come back and we'll actually adopt the tax rate.
Because right now what we have are estimated values. By August we have certified values, so we have to come back and adjust it then. So so we have the 29th for the budget and the proposed tax rate, but if you guys would like to propose a time in August that you would like, my recommendation would be August 30th for the actual tax rate. Or
actually, so we'll need to do the we'll do the actual the approval of the tax rate August 17th.
At the regular board meeting?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I guess as the motion could be the budget and proposed tax rate on June 29th and the actual tax rate on August 17th.
17th. And then because we'll get the certified values in July 25th. So once I have the certified values, that'll give me time to get everything calculated.
Okay, perfect.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve a motion authorizing the public meeting date for the budget and proposed tax rate for the 2021-2022 school year to be held on June 29th, 2021, and that August 17th, we will vote and approve the new tax rate.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Motion by Tish, a second by Aletha. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion passes 7-0. Okay. B, consider approval of increased prices for student and staff meals per TDA regulations.
For this section, I'd like to call Ms. Austin.
Good evening, Dr. Liggins, President Stafford, and members of the board. I am here this evening to present to you 3 action items regarding child nutrition. Texas Department of Agriculture requires an annual price adjustment on meals. Meal prices should equal the TDA reimbursement range of $3.60 equivalent to paid pricing. The proposed price increase will ensure that GISD meal prices are either below or competitive with area schools on both the breakfast and lunch meals. Although reimbursement rates will increase next year, USDA has approved free meals for all school-age students. Next slide. The bolded numbers are the recommended prices, and the first column is what our current breakfast prices are. The next column will be your recommended prices, and then the current lunch prices, and then the recommended lunch prices. Next slide, please. If approved, the new lunch price for teachers will be $4. We would like to recommend and consider subsidizing employee lunches $2 to reduce out-of-pocket lunch expenses to teachers, as well as creating a recruiting tool for the 21-22 school year. Questions?
Why are the breakfast meals going up so much?
The breakfast meals have not been increased in quite some years. I would have to do a little research to find out how many years it has been since the prices have been increased.
Okay.
Will the campuses that have been free meals for everyone, will that remain the same?
Yes, ma'am. For the whole entire school year next year, everyone will eat for free. All students will eat for free.
All campuses.
At all
And
campuses.
yeah, and that's just from COVID. They did it this year. They're going to do it again next year.
So do we get a grant, or how is that going to work?
That's if they apply for it, right?
No, they're doing it just like summer feeding, just all children 0 to 18. Is it still 0?
Well, I'm getting charged.
Now?
Yeah, I have a school account that I get charged on.
That must be snacks.
I've told her not to do snacks, so I'm pretty sure it's not just snacks. But I'll look.
I got charged.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Could you speak to that, Miss Austin? I know you're not in charge of that department yet, but
What I can do is I can go in and I can get with the child nutrition staff tomorrow and have them run me activity reports for you guys. But we did adopt that in November, that all students eat for free for the remainder of the school year. Let me check on that. I don't have a good answer for you this evening regarding that.
Okay. I've paid $200 and something already this year, so
okay. Thank you, Miss Austin, for looking into that.
Yes, sir.
And again, effective June 1st, we take over our own food service. Just
I
as
know, yay!
That being said, basically what as you guys know, we're going ahead and asking this year for the raises for those prices, so that even though everyone, 100% of kids next year should eat for free, just as they should have this year since November. Next year it'll actually happen the whole year. In addition to that, so we're asking that happens so that next year this time it doesn't, because we're assuming the Department of Agriculture is not going to continue this a third year. So instead of coming next year and having it raised even more, it doesn't appear that it's being raised nearly as much by the board next school year, right before parents actually begin to pay. And so it'll be 10 cents, for example, for each next year, and it won't be as outrageous of an increase. The other thing is, as you may or may not know, Ms. Stewart, I think I explained this to you when we had our meeting. The nutrition budget is completely separate than our regular budget. And in most years, it's very profitable. And we have a very healthy fund balance that's separate from our regular fund balance for that. And so what we would propose is as another incentive for teachers, is instead of charging them $4 for a meal, charge them, well, it's still $4 a meal, but the board pays $2 for every adult meal, and they only pay $2. Actually, it's a great incentive for teachers to eat in the cafeteria. It increases participation of students eating in the cafeteria, and it's just a great employee incentive to staff to work in Greenville ISD, because you get a $2 lunch.
And the food's going to be phenomenal next year, so they're going to want to eat there all the time.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
That's the plan.
I'll be there. I'll be there.
So will I.
Hey, I don't want to get sick this year. I want to get sick.
Well, I'll move that the board approve increasing the lunch prices for the 2021-2022 school year as recommended by administration, and that the teachers would be charged $2
I'll
for
second.
their meals.
Okay, we have a motion by Tish and a second by Roger. I'm saying that mostly because Sharon's in the other room taking minutes, so I need to, so she knows who's talking. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none,
No.
all those in favor, oh, do you have, Ann, do you have something?
No,
Okay.
no, no.
All those in favor of this motion, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. Motion is approved 7-0. Okay, the next item to consider. Consider approval of transfer of funds for KGJ Crockett and GMS cafeterias.
For this, Miss Austin?
Next slide. For this item, we would like to propose that we replace the serving lines at middle school and at Crockett STEM. The current serving lines are outdated. It is becoming increasingly difficult to find replacement parts for those current lines. And we do not see the replacement cost to exceed over $200,000.
Is that for both campuses?
Yes. Next slide, please. The benefits of the new serving lines, it will create a better line presentation and flow. It will re-engineer the style of serving from self-serve versus serve. It will maintain your quality of food and options, and we can just create a better overall ambiance for the kids. It will help increase the morale for the kids, you know, anything new, bring it in, and we're trying to get them to eat back in the cafeterias again. Anyways, this year has seen a significant decrease in participation. So I think that new lines would be a great way for us to start that.
And one prime example of what this is replacing, we have like where you keep cold things and you have to put ice in it. Like some of these things don't have a drainer for ice, and so the ice is melting and folks are having to dip the water out and then come back and clean it out. So it's just a lot of outdated things that's just really not healthy in a lot of ways. But and then some of the heating things are no longer working the way they're supposed to. So those are just a few examples of what they'll be replacing.
The money comes out of their budget?
It comes out of their fund balance, which is very healthy.
When you say very healthy, what is very healthy?
Right now, I think it's over $1 million.
It's $1.2 million right now.
Yes.
Which is over, so if we really kind of need to start spending some of it down.
So I'm confused if all the campuses are going to be free meals and we're having to pay for the food, you know, the food and the services and stuff. How is that?
The department, Texas Department of Agriculture will reimburse us for every meal that is.
Okay, I said earlier, and I thought you said, or maybe I didn't. Okay.
Yeah, they'll reimburse
Okay.
us for those meals.
So,
Oh, I said a grant, but the Texas Department
Yeah, yeah,
reimburses.
our tax dollars.
yeah, the same agency that decided corn on the cob with paprika was a good snack item for parties a few years ago. And I just thought, really? Okay. Instead of cupcakes and stuff. But, oh, well, now they're doing a good thing for our kids. Okay. Is there a motion on this matter?
I move that the board approve the interlocal purchasing agreement over $50,000 to replace the serving lines at the GMS and Crockett Elementary cafes as presented.
Second.
Okay, is there
I would just like to add to it that it not exceed the 200,000.
Mhm. Okay. You want to amend your motion
I will
to
amend it to not exceed 200,000. Sorry.
200,000? Okay. Mike made the motion. Tish did the second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion passed 7-0.
Ms. Trina, you might have said something to Ms. Austin.
Pardon?
Might have said something to Ms. Austin.
Oh, yes, you have your money. Go fix the kitchens.
Ms. Austin, you were correct. My kid was buying junk food. They weren't charging for food.
Oh, okay, good deal.
I went to his Skyward and clicked on the purchase side, and he's been buying ice cream and cookies.
Okay, good deal.
Busted.
You're correct.
Okay. Miss Cruz, I will look at your child's account though, and just double check with that.
Well, I had a talk with her at the beginning of the year because she was buying like cookies for the whole class. And I was like, you can't do that. So you can't buy it even for yourself. So if she's doing it again, then yeah, there's going to be a major problem in my house. But thank you for checking. I can check tonight too.
Yeah, we had that issue when my son was in high school. He had his money at the beginning of the week, and by Tuesday he was out. And I'm like, how can you possibly be out of lunch money? I just gave you money yesterday. And I finally did call nutrition and found out that it's when they had the pizza cart, and one piece of pizza was considered a meal. Well, he was eating 3 and 4 pieces of pizza. So, okay. It's always good to know. Okay, next is consider approval of interlocal agreement with co-op for our food service vendors.
Next slide. Recently, the district has voted to go back to self-op. Therefore, we need to join some type of co-op in order to receive better pricing for our products, our food products, our produce, cups and gloves, just basic things. The benefits of going with the co-op is it's going to save the district money from bidding and better pricing. The co-op, the multi-regional co-op, is the largest co-op in Texas for food purchasing, handlers, and most services and bidding issues. Let me start that again. I apologize. So the multi-regional co-op is the largest co-op in Texas. It is for food purchasing, and it handles most of the services and bidding issues regarding audits. It will also assist us in our administrative review with our proper documentation for the nutritional facts for the food. Any questions on that?
I move that the Board of Trustees entered into an interlocal agreement with Multi-Regional Purchasing Cooperative.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Aletha and a second by Bonnie Jean. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries 7-0. E is consider approval of playground equipment purchased for Crockett Elementary and Carver Elementary.
For this, I'd like to call Dr. Anderson.
President Stafford, Dr. Liggins, board members, good evening. This evening, we'd like to talk about the playground equipment at two of our campuses, Crockett and Carver Elementary. So if you look on the left-hand side of the viewing screen, you'll see the picture of the current piece of playground equipment at Crockett Elementary. Now, this is one unit. There's multiple units at this particular campus. And so this picture in the middle shows the damaged portion of this, which is where the slide is. It's actually where the kids sit down to get on the slide. Not a very safe area, as you can see, so we've had to board that off. Unfortunately, the age of this piece of playground equipment is such that you cannot get those replacement parts anymore. And they don't really design these to be able to take off units and other than putting plywood or something else on there, be able to mark that off. But the rest of the piece of equipment is beginning to show some age as well. So what I'm proposing is that we make a purchase of a piece of equipment, and you can see the picture of what it would look like on the right-hand side with the two big slides, the kind of rock climbing area going up into it, 2 levels. It has some of the, we used to call them monkey bars in my day. I don't know what if there's another technical name for them, but that, a swing, et cetera. And so it is of a comparable size to the unit that's already there. And then Shannon, if you'll go to the next slide. At Carver Elementary, this unit is a little bit bigger than the other one. They do have one other unit in their playground that is not quite as big. And you can see in the middle, their 360-degree slide has a little twist to it that we don't want children going down because it's going to catch them. And again, same situation. It is not replaceable because they no longer make that part. In addition, it has some of the platforms that the students sit on that are beginning to rust and so and fall through. So we've had to close that section off. They can't play on that. Same situation. They're not designed to be able to just take parts of it off. So it needs a replacement, plus the rest of it starting to show its age as well. So we're looking at another piece that's comparable in size. You can see a picture of it on the right-hand side. It has the 3 slides, it has more than one level, some climbing area as well on the other side, as well as some manipulatives on it. And so if you'll go to the next slide, Shannon. So this is kind of their seasonal clearance beginning to move items out. So the cost to purchase and install the 2 playground units is actually a really good deal for those. It's $85,908.15. They are charging no shipping on these particular items because they are, again, moving that at the end of the season, and they've discounted them fairly heavily. So that provides 1 unit at Crockett, 1 unit at Carver, and they're equivalent to the current unit size and capacity for students for both of those campuses. We've actually measured the size and took all that into consideration. But this is an item that's over $50,000, and anytime you have a purchase that's over $50,000, as you know, the board is required to approve it before we can make that purchase. So it's my recommendation that you go to the next slide, Shannon. It's my recommendation that the administration or that the board approves the purchase of the playground equipment for both Crockett and Carver Elementary. That would allow us this summer to be able to install those units. And so when school starts back next year, hopefully without the restrictions from the pandemic, that they are able to have the playground for all the students to be able to be in.
Is there any other equipment on those 2 playgrounds that need to be replaced?
Crockett does have some of what I call the old metal, has an old metal slide that probably needs to go away because those are no longer considered to be the meeting the safety standards. And then it has one of the metal, I don't know what you call it, it's a geometric shape that you can climb on.
It's like the jungle gym, but a geometric shape.
Yes, it needs to go away as well. Honestly, if you look across the district, most of our playground equipment needs to be completely replaced. you know, and playground equipment's an interesting thing because they vary in price, but typically to do the things that we need to do to bring them up to date, you're talking about large units or multiple units to replace all of them. And some of those can range anywhere from the starting price of about $75,000 to $150 to $200 and some odd $1,000, depending on what you're doing. And you know, if we were to go forward and look at a bond or look at something else, you know, one of the recommendations would be to go back and to do that, not just the playground equipment, but also looking at the material on the ground, the accessibility that students have to that, really looking at all of those playgrounds. I think to do that would take a lot more money than we have at this point. This brings those two campuses to a place where at least they can use the equipment that they have. But yes, I think that district-wide, we have some things that we're going to have to look at and find ways to fund, either through a bond or a little bit each year as we have money available.
So would this come out of this year's budget?
I would propose that we do, so we can go ahead and order it. As with everything else with the pandemic, it's hard getting things in. As you know, a lot of these materials are made overseas, and so, you know, it's shipping it, it's getting it in. But yes,
So
I would
with this,
recommend we use this year's money to do it.
so do you still have that left in the budget, or would this have to come from the capital fund balance?
It would need to come, I don't have it in the operations department budget. It would have to come either from fund balance, from the funds that may be left over from this year if there's a shift in the budget this year of funds. And that would, Dr. Liggins or Ms. Dodson.
At this point, it would be fund balance.
Okay.
Ms. Dodson, do we have that in the fund balance?
It is. I don't know where she is, but yes, it is in the fund balance.
Well, I know that we had, you know, voted for that surplus of stuff on how to spend that. So I didn't know if that left any extra in the balance.
Probably need to take it from fund balance. I can reevaluate everything, but it looks like for the most part, we're kind of spending everything with all the other projects.
Okay, so this is an additional $89,000.
And that's without installation, correct?
No, that's with installation.
Oh, good.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, we got a good
Really?
deal.
Yeah, and this is brand new as opposed to used equipment that we were talking about.
Yes, ma'am. This is completely brand new equipment, and it's being installed by professionals who know how to install that equipment.
Oh, well, that'll take them a day rather than 2 weeks for.
Yeah, it'd take our guys a while to do that.
Yeah. Is there any type of warranty on playground equipment like this? I mean, how long is it? What is the life of a piece of equipment like that supposed to be?
That's a good question. You know, it's kind of like our roofs. You can get a long life out of it as long as it's taken care of. The issue you get into, and the hard part about that is like everything else, they only make so many replacement parts. And when the replacement parts are gone, they're gone. And so it's kind of hard to say. You're going to typically get 10 years or more from a piece of playground equipment like that if it's maintained well.
Okay.
I've seen some that are older than that.
Yeah. Okay. Is there a motion on this matter?
I move the board approve the purchase of playground equipment for Crockett Elementary and Carver Elementary.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Aletha and a second by Mike. Is there further discussion or questions? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Again, unanimous vote to approve. Okay, the next one is consider approval of bid CSP number 20-104 bid package for LP Water's roof replacement project.
And finally, the LP Waters roof replacement comes before you. We did a bid for this, a competitive sealed proposal. It was advertised in the newspaper 2 weeks in a row. We had over 25 bidders that were invited to participate, given that opportunity. We had 7 who requested detailed information, the specs on the project. We had 5 who came and did a walkthrough of the project, and then 2 who came back an additional day to walk the roofs again and to look at it. And then only 1 that actually gave a bid for the project. And some of that I can tell you probably the reason is some of them were more local roofers that are probably not accustomed to having to fill out all of the paperwork that's required with the school district and having to go through all the hoops that are required to be able to do that. It's very different from what some of them are probably used to doing if they haven't done government buildings before. But some of them were also large companies that typically do this type of thing and chose not to, for whatever reason, do that. Sometimes we get that because, as you know, we're far enough outside of the Dallas area to make it inconvenient for certain companies to come here. And it's just kind of no man's land, if you will. But we did have 1 bid. It happened to be from Progressive Roofing, who is the company that is doing phase 1 and 2 of the high school roof, who's done a good job for us there. So they came and they put a bid in. If you'll look at the screen, you'll see that there is a graphic of LP Waters. The gray part that you see, if you are looking to the right side of the screen, that's going to be along Lee Street. All right, that's the shingle portion of the building. The yellow portion is the old Carver School. It is the flat roof building. And then the purple building in the middle is a portable, and that's a metal roof that's on there, just for reference of what roofs we're talking about. So when we bid this, of course, as you know, we've had a disagreement with our insurance company on damages, on paying for things, etc. We had our forensic scientist engineering firm come out and look at the damages, and their recommendation, based on what they're seeing from both wind damage and or hail damage, is to replace basically all of those roofs. And so if you look at that, the options, and Shannon, if you'll go to the next screen, please. Next slide. There are 3 options as I see it here. The first option, and we gave them the option of a high load roof versus a 4-ply build. High load is the roof that we went with on the high school. It's what was already on the high school that lasted a long time. The roof that is currently on Carver, the old Carver building, the flat roof, is a high load roof. It's an older high load roof, but it's a high load roof. So if you're replacing like with like, you're replacing the shingles with the 3-tab shingles, and you're replacing the metal with metal, or you're doing the electrostatic coating on that, then the total cost of the high load roof, the shingle, the repair on the metal building, plus the fees that Armco charges, and that those fees are only for the shingle portion, because Armco works with high load, and high load pays their design fees on the high load roof. So your total cost is $729,691 for that particular package. If you want to go away from the 3-tab shingles to a dimensional shingle that has a better warranty on it, it's an additional $8,000 plus $560 on the Armco fee for that. If you look at option 2, that's the alternate bid. It's not a like for like. It's not the high load roof. It is a roof that has a 20-year warranty on it. It's a 4-ply built up roof with gravel. Its cost is listed there plus Armco's fee. The reason their fee is higher is because it's a non-high load roof, so we have to pay the Armco engineering fee on it. It's not paid by the manufacturer. So when you take in all of that, the total for that roof is $670,693.12. On this one, we have included the upgrade on the shingle with the Armco fee. You can take that off or you can keep that on. So if you do the upgrade on the shingle roof, the difference comes out to about $59,000 between the two. If you're asking me for my preference and recommendation, I would rather pay, instead of paying the extra money in a fee to Armco for their services, I would let the manufacturer do that, and I'd get the better roof that had the better warranty on that. But the board has a choice of what they want to do, because I know we've talked about the fact that LP Waters is a campus that instructionally does not meet, or in the future going forward will not meet the needs of the students the way we would like to. We'll probably want to put them in another facility moving forward, whether that's through a bond or whatever that process may be. And so the board will have to think about what they want to do with that particular property and the life expectancy of that property. But being from Greenville, I can tell you, I also know the history of Carver School, and I know it is a historical facility. I see the district keeping that facility for a time. That's your decision to make. But if we're going to keep that facility, I think it's worth the investment that needs to be put into the roof on that particular building. It does have damages to that flat roof as well. So the board could decide to come back and say, we want to replace the shingle portion and not the flat part of the roof. But then you still have the issues with that roof. So there are some options we can talk about there. I guess at this point, I may have made it as clear as mud. Let me go to one more slide before we have the discussion, and then we'll answer the questions that we can. When the forensic engineers came out and looked at the building, they are saying that they see signs of wind damage to the doors and door frames in certain areas, certain windows. We know that there's going to be damage to the decking because of the amount of time that's passed, but because of the way it's been done through the insurance, we have to bid it, taking it down to the decking, but we have had them give us a per unit price if they have to replace decking, all right? There may be rafters that are damaged that have to be replaced, that's in there. There may be fascia in there that needs to be replaced. And then there are other items. So those are not accounted for in that price. What is in that price on either option 1 or 2 is a $50,000 contingency fee. So the hope is that the decking damage, the rafter damage, whatever's in there can be covered under the $50,000 contingency fee. If there are other items that need to be replaced, such as the doors, the windows, etc., we can get Progressive Roofing to give us a change order with the dollar amount that they are saying it will cost to replace those items, but it would have to come back to the board for approval. Right now, the windows and the doors may be an issue, but they are not as severe an issue as the roof is. And so if we're having to trade one thing for another because of funding, I would much rather replace the roofs and come back and have a discussion about the windows and the doors at a later date. So I don't know if that made sense or not, but I will certainly take questions and try to clarify this presentation. I also have the representative from Armco on if you have questions that you would like for them to answer. And so the recommendation is basically up to you to determine, do we do option 1, option 2, or is there an option 3 that the board would rather go with than either of those 2 options?
I have a question on the initial, right after the straight line winds came through Greenville. Did we have an initial quote on what it would have cost to? I feel like we did get it quoted, and it was significantly less.
Yes, but they were only quoting the shingle portion. They were not looking at the flat roof. the insurance wants to say that there's no damage to the flat roof. The forensic engineers are saying there is damage to the flat roof and you have leaking underneath there that you may not be seeing coming through like you do on the shingle, but it is making its way through the roof. And so, you know, to be honest and forthright with the board, because we're in contingency with the insurance on that, if you invest in that, you may or may not see a return on that from the insurance company. Does that make sense? We're having to fight them on that part. If we win, they pay for it. If we don't win, we pay for it.
So right now, we don't know where we're at with insurance.
No, it will be it will play out in a legal sense. Yes.
We won't know for a while, really.
Yes.
And with putting on the roof, how is that with the HVACs on top, the rooftop units? Is that factored in with the proposal?
Yes, anything that's on a rooftop, all that's taken into what has to be done with that. So it's part of what Armco services we're paying Armco to do and to put the specs in there for.
I like option one with the warranties. Because LP water is going to be around a while. It ain't going nowhere. I like the longevity of the warranty with an option one.
Every time I've seen a gravel roof, it leaked.
Yeah. Now, even on the high load, there's going to be gravel, but high load is a more premium roof than the 4-ply. And then you still have the gravel on top of that. But again, if there's an issue, once it's applied, then we have someone else to go through because of the warranty.
May I interject, Dr. Anderson?
Yes, sir.
Just to speak on that.
This is Jason
regarding
from Armco.
Hey there, I recognize some of you guys from last year. Thanks for having me. But not to interrupt, but I just wanted to touch on that. Going with the high load, you're actually going to be incorporating 2 different ply membranes. And actually, once the modified bitumen base ply is mopped down, it's totally waterproof. Then we put the elastomeric membrane down, which actually is going to have a low softening point. So any type of energy that hits it will be dissipated through the sheet. And then of course the gravel on top now creates a tank, which gives you the 4-inch hail warranty. So that's the reason we go with the hail, but because we're not going to be going with a 4-ply fiberglass system, which basically fiberglass, you can hold it up to light and it'll just shine right through. And so you have to continue mopping it. You have to check the humidity, and there's just so much more labor and, involved in it that right now with the labor shortages, there's not a lot of contractors that can perform that. But with the high load, we take a little bit out of that. However, it is premium. So there's only certain contractors that can actually install that type of system. If that helps regarding the gravel. And of course, with all the ponding areas, we fully redesigned and engineered everything to get rid of all ponding, standing water. We're going to be actually opening some of the drainage outlets to accommodate the water flow. So we're not going to be seeing the things that we saw, for example, on Greenville High School last year. Actually, on phase 1, we've eliminated all that ponding, and we're going to be doing the same thing here at this flat section. So that's really, yes, ma'am.
Oh, do you feel that 50,000 will cover anything that right now you don't know about in contingency?
Yes, ma'am. Now the contingency is really going to be more for your wood deck systems. So on the shingle roof, we know we've had so much wind damage. We're anticipating, up to possibly 2,000 square foot of damage. And then of course, if it's been leaking or holding water for a while, we could have potential structural with the rafters or purlins. And then we know at the metal roof section, it's over 50 years old and it's rusted, and it's also got exposed fasteners. It's not a weather tight system. So we're anticipating we've seen from the investigation with Dennis Russell that there are some wet spots, or we can see evidence of wet in the past. And so once we get up there and they're able to tear it off, then they'll be able to surmise if it's actually damaged, then we'll be able to document it and all that kind of good stuff. But more than likely, you're going to be replacing a lot of the deck oh, I'm sorry, you're going to be replacing some of the structural at the metal roof.
Okay.
But
Yes,
everything else on the flat roof, you know, it's actually got a gypsum deck, which is almost like a lightweight concrete and very durable. We did several areas and there was no evidence of dust buildup, which means that there's no water infiltration right now through the membranes. And I didn't hear of a confirmation that there were just an exorbitant amount of leaks. So I know that the areas that we did test, which is all, of course, by chance, it was a random sample selection, but everywhere that we did check, the deck was in great condition, which is a gypsum deck. So there's a lot more to it than just, you know, screwing down insulation and that kind of stuff. So, and that's an acoustical deck that you cannot penetrate all the way through, or you ruin some of that acoustical value. So, but I think that most everything we're going to find for contingency unforeseen is going to be over the shingle roof.
Now that does not take into account, like I said, what they're saying with the windows and the doors, et cetera. That will cost more than within that $50,000, I would think. But if we decide that we want to move forward with that, we would do that by bringing that back to the board as a change order item and have them give us that, you know, that amount up front so we can bring it to you.
What's the timeline on completion?
Jason, I talked about that today. Typically about 2 weeks on the shingle portion of the roof. The flat portion is a little bit longer than that. It's going to, part of it's going to depend on materials because, as you know, again, with everything with COVID, it's made some delays here and there. Progressive's pretty sure about getting everything with the shingle part first, which of course, again, is the worst part. The hope is that everything is done by mid-July, but the shingle portion should be done about 10 days or so, depending on what they find when they get onto the deck part after they start. And the start date is June 2nd, the day after the teachers leave.
How old is the old Carver roof, that the high load?
It is a 99 to 2000 version. It didn't have as long of a warranty back then.
The shingles that we're going to use, are they asphalt or fiberglass?
They're asphalt shingles, yes, sir. And the difference between the 3-tab and the laminate, the dimensional shingle, basically there's another piece of asphalt membrane or shingle membrane that's actually laminated on top, so it gives it a little bit more weight. And of course, the 3-tab are more prone to blow off because they're so flimsy. And so they can get up individual tabs and blow those off where you actually have one solid piece of shingle. And so that would be the difference there on those two, 3-tab versus dimensional.
And that's where the board too would have to make a decision of, you know, do you want to go ahead and get the dimensional with that option 1? Or do you want to stick with the 3-tab? Because the price difference is
$8,000. $8,000 for construction and $560 for, I guess you have it right there. Sorry.
Yeah. So it brings the total to $738,251 if you do that that version.
Well, if we don't do if we do the 3-panel, the 3 things, we're gonna be in the same situation we're in right now. A strong wind come by, it's gonna blow them up. So we back at square one again. We just go with the 3.
I can tell you from having lived on the Gulf Coast, dimensional shingles are superior to the 3-tab in every way when it comes to wind. Had some nice, lovely hurricanes that came through and didn't lose a single shingle on the dimensional one. Neighbors who had the 3-tab had all kinds of issues. So in my opinion, it's worth the extra money to get it.
There's a self-adhering strip on the dimensional shingles that actually bonds to the one that it's on top of, or the 3 tab, because you have the tabs, it doesn't have that extra adhesion strip. And because of that, you're losing 40-mile-per-hour wind uplift warranty criteria. So you're looking at 65 miles versus 105 miles, just between the two, 25-year 3 tab versus the dimensional.
Well, my opinion would be to do option 1 too. I just got to do a good roof. We don't want to be doing this again in 2 or 3 years.
The great thing about high-low is it's been proven in the district. The high school lasted 37 years.
Mhm.
And of course, you know, once you have the gravel on it, it's actually going to be protected from the elements of the ultraviolet. And because we're redesigning it to get rid of all the ponding water, well, now we're not having standing water on it. So it should function, we think, because it's a 30-year roof, for up to 40 years.
Can you tell me how much the whole thing is going to cost for option 1? I keep hearing some adding things on. What is the cost?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. If you do option 1 with the dimensional shingles and the Armco fee, it's $738,251.
$738.
$738,251. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right. Thanks.
Is there a motion on this matter?
Go ahead and move with option 1 with the shingle upgrade for a total of $738,251.
Okay, we have a motion by Bonnie Jean. Is there a second?
I'll
Second.
Oh, but Ann this time. She hasn't.
That's fine.
Okay. Now,
Okay.
and a second by Ann. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the option 1 with the additional shingle upgrade, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, no.
Well, Roger's not in here.
Oh, well, I know that he already said his preference, so I think, well, it's unanimous with the 6 board members who are currently present in the room.
Okay.
So with Roger not being in the room currently. So.
Thank
You
very
missed our
much.
vote, Roger.
It's all right. Okay, next we consider approval of resolution of the board regarding the ESSER 3 and policy CB local, state and federal, the stimulus funds.
For this is basically TA release ESSER funds, and as a formality, as part of the grant application, requires the board to have a discussion regarding those grants, those funds, which we had last month. It also adopts a local policy that basically states that the funds can be used for the purposes that the federal government intended. We've already taken care of both of those items, but board action has to be taken in order to completely qualify for the funds. So we're recommending that you adopt both the policy and the resolution.
Are there any questions, or is there, you want to go straight to a motion?
So move.
Okay. Motion by Mike and a second by Roger. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion passes 7-0 with all board members voting. Okay.
Is the purpose of that, Dr. Liggins, just to get us on record of saying that we agree with their terms of accepting the money?
It's mostly to say we know it goes away in 3 years. We know that it's to be used to help instruction and to recover from COVID, basically.
Yeah. No picnic days and stuff like that.
Dang it. I had that planned.
Yeah. Okay. Letter H, consider possibly amending the GISD face covering requirement is sort of a moot point. So it's kind of, when do we want to get rid of masks, now or June 5th? You know, that's kind of what it boils down to.
I mean, they don't really wear them properly anyway. They pull them down and take them
say-
off, and
I would say go ahead and have it effective now.
I would
will
agree.
say that I think you guys can appreciate this humor. I checked the debt. There is no 2-week hole to change the mass limit. You can do it effective immediately if
That
you
was
so
going to be
much.
my next question.
Yeah, fool you once, you know, but not twice. Okay. My only concern is that I know that the vaccination rate is not very high in Greenville or where we would like it to be, but
case-wise, district level, I mean, we only have one active student that's tested positive. And we've only had 15 cases in a month. Our numbers are going down, state numbers are going down. And I just think it should be optional at this point.
I agree.
okay, would someone like to make a motion?
I make a motion to amend the GISD face covering requirement for staff and students be optional effective May 19th, 2021.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion by Tish and a second by Aletha to make masks optional starting tomorrow. Is there any further discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I wish to recuse myself.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Wait a second, we have two noes. Okay, so, okay, so motion does pass on a split decision here. Three yeses and 2 nos. Okay, no, that's not right.
Your vote.
4 yeses. Okay, me. Oh, I forget me sometimes. Okay.
And you vote for?
Yeah. Okay. Okay, passes 4-2. Okay, next is consider approval of TASB Board of Directors nominations. We have a form here that if someone wants to become nominated for TASB, oh, that's summer leadership. This is the TASB form. So if someone wants to fill that out to run for TASB Board of Directors, they certainly may. Sitting, we hear anyone itching to do that this year? No? Okay. Okay. Just know you have a pile of paperwork whenever you do. Okay. Consider approval of TASB advocacy resolution.
This is basically, am I on? Basically, is there anything you guys would like to have at TASB advocate on behalf of the district? We've done several resolutions of advocacy throughout the year without going through TASB, but this is should the board have anything particular they would like for them to advocate for. I think all of the resolutions that you guys have done have come through, so.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think we can move on from that. Okay. The next discussion item, we want to move that into closed session. Okay. It's about insurance. Lastly, on action items, receipt and first reading of policy FFAC local.
That's Dr. Anderson, please.
President Stafford, Dr. Liggins, board members, FFAC local is required to be updated based on update 116. To summarize the overview of these changes, it removes some obsolete sections from FFAC local, that is student illness, accidents involving students, emergency treatment forms, and administering medication. It revises wording of medication provided by a parent, and it adds to the sections no medication provided by district medical treatment. If you go to the next slide, please. So policy update 116, which you passed recently, necessitates that local education agencies update certain health services policies to meet changing guidelines, delete policy sections that are more appropriately outlined in other district resources and through administrative procedures. In other words, things that can be put into either a student handbook, into the regulations manual, or some other form that don't necessarily need to be policy. And that's kind of in line with what TASB has done with several policies lately, is remove the things that are not actually policy but can be handled some other way. The next slide, please. And so in FFAC local, it deletes student illness, accidents involving students, emergency treatment forms, and administering medication. Those sections are removed. The next slide. And then it also deletes sections that stated the district would establish procedures to ensure proper attention was given to students who become ill or were injured. And TASB, if you go back one more, TASB recommends that the sections be eliminated, procedures incorporated into those existing resources. Next slide. All right. In the medication provided by parents section, they revised it to state that the superintendent will designate an employee or the employees that are authorized to administer medication to students provided by parents in accordance with the regulations. And those regulations are this, that the medication will be given in accordance with the prescription label. Non-prescription medication by parent request must be with a proper label and in the original container. Herbal substances or dietary supplements will only be given if they're required by an individualized educational program or a Section 504 plan for a student who has disabilities. So the only way they'll do the herbal substances or dietary supplements is if they are a student who has a disability and have a plan that says that they have to do that. The next slide. And so policy FFAC local was revised to add these sections, that no medication will be provided by the district, which is just that the district will not purchase medication and administer it to a student. And then a section called medical treatment. And in that, it says that the student's parent, legal guardian, or person who has lawful control of a student will annually sign an emergency information form. And that if there is an issue that arises that requires that the district seek emergency help, that the district will care for the student and call the appropriate emergency services or give the required or deemed necessary emergency services to that student. And then our hero of hope, Noelle Bars, is online with us, I believe, still. And if you have any questions regarding specifics of the policy, then she can answer that. But this would be the first reading of this policy, so no actions required tonight, but would come at a later date. Do you have any questions?
Ms. Stewart, just FYI, local policies are read 3 times before you have to vote on them. So if you don't have questions tonight, you can ask him next month and then the following month.
Mhm. Well, thank you. I think that was pretty self-explanatory.
Thank you.
Okay. Consent agenda, monthly financial report, consider approval to renew bank depository bid, consider approval of paying off bus loan with American National Bank, consider approval of vendor list, consider approval of instructional materials allotment expenditures, proclamation 2021 instructional materials adoption. Consider approval of instruction materials disposal, and consider approval of board minutes for April 20th, April 27th, May 4th, and May 11th. Is there any of these that someone wants to pull out of there to talk?
Item C, I just got one small question about item C.
Okay.
Me too.
What's your question? So we can get the right person to answer it.
Once we pay this loan off, how soon can they take out another one to purchase more buses?
Immediately. Yeah.
Okay, because like Ms. Cruz said earlier, more houses are coming and more routes are going to have to be made.
Mhm. Yeah, that's the plan, to pay off 4 and then get 4 more.
But there way, like in the budget, we can add 2 to the budget. We can go back to the budget again.
Well, next year, probably not this year, but.
And we will be presented, there's some extra funding coming from Head Start. And when you approve that budget, we're asking that a bus be included in that. So it'll actually be an additional bus with Head Start funds if you so approve.
Would it be like a regular school bus, or are you talking about like a special ed bus?
It's a regular size bus, but it is for smaller children.
Little kids.
The seat belts are different.
Yeah.
My question is, if we redo this loan, is the interest rate going to be comparable? We're paying it off at a low interest rate. Is the interest rate going to be better or the same?
That's a good question for Sherry Dotson. We did get a really good rate.
Yeah, because that's why we did it, because it was like basically paying just not interest, principal. So hopefully it's the same.
I don't think there's been much difference.
But this is not the question asked about a new loan. This is just, are we going to approve that consent agenda?
Yeah, paying off the old one.
Yeah, paying off the old one.
So
and then we need to put that on the agenda so we can discuss what you're gonna.
Well,
but this was put on the consent. Yeah, this was put on the consent agenda because we had already spoken about paying off the existing loan to buy and put 4 more buses on loan. And I'm just trying to make sure that if we're going to, my question is the interest rate the same or less?
So the interest rate right now, they are coming in pretty low, but I could check with the bank and get an exact quote.
Because if we pay it off and then we have a higher interest rate, then we're paying more money for it.
That's true. Yeah. So what we could do is we could say approve it if the rate is going to be the same or lower.
Or comparable. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay. Does anybody want to take anything else out or discuss it? Okay. So is there a motion to approve consent agenda as presented?
So make a motion to present agenda as presented. Oh my gosh, I can't even. Let me start over.
I messed you up. I said so moved, and you're like, wait a second.
Okay, so moved, Aletha. But make the note, as she said, that or is that a separate item that we vote on?
It would be.
No, that would be a separate item.
So right now we're just voting on the other. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So moved by Aletha and second by me.
Okay. Okay. Is there any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Okay. Consent agenda is approved. Shannon, is there any comments for non-agenda items?
Am I on speaker? The public YouTube sound was not working for the first agenda item, for the first comments. Can we please repeat the first agenda so for the public that are listening?
Sure.
Well, wait, okay,
We heard it, but the
we
public
just,
didn't.
we just voted on this, but we didn't do on item C, we didn't change it to say,
No, we just voted on it as it is,
Yeah.
paying off the loan. That's
I
all
know,
we voted on.
Oh,
but I thought we had just said that we were gonna, only if the interest rate was gonna be.
No, we have to pay it off. The interest rate question came in on the new loan for more
Getting the new
buses.
loan that will come before
So,
the board.
yeah.
But I think Aletha was more like she didn't want to.
that's right.
She
She's
didn't want
right.
to approve it
Oh,
until she found out the interest rate. And I thought,
Because the money we have to buy the buses, we have both, right? We have money to pay off and then we have a loan. So if you pay off the loan and the interest rate is, the new loan is interest rate is way higher,
Paying more.
you're paying way more. And that's not fiscally responsible for what we're doing. We can just
Oh.
use the money we have, keep the loan we have, and use the money we have to buy the buses outright.
So do you want to go back and amend that?
I thought that's what we were.
Then my suggestion then
Decision.
would be to remove C altogether.
I
Okay.
agree.
Yeah, and approve it without C and
Okay.
bring C back next month.
Okay, so the consent agenda has approved items A, B, D, E, F, and G. Okay, now we'll go back to C and amend what's in the consent agenda
Well, he just said bring it back next month.
or bring it back next month.
Yeah,
Okay,
we're,
you
yeah,
can do
And you
that.
just table it.
Okay,
yeah,
yeah.
table C and just
Tabled.
amend. So could we have
Bill.
a second motion?
Did
So
we
vo-
already vote on, did we already vote on it?
Yeah,
We did.
Yeah,
Can we void that?
We need to
yes,
avoid that. Yeah.
So we need a
Yes.
motion to void the previous vote.
Yeah.
yes.
Anybody so
So
moved?
moved.
Okay.
Second.
Moved. Okay. Aletha has made the motion to void the last
No,
vote. No,
Bonnie.
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 Oh, Bonnie did. I'm sorry. Bonnie Jean. Ugh. Okay, Bonnie Jean has made the motion. Is there a second
Second.
okay, Mike has seconded. So all those in favor of
Voiding.
taking out, it's avoiding
The vote.
on the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion passes 7-0. Okay. And we will look at letter C next.
Yeah, now we need a motion to approve the consent agenda without
Okay.
letter C.
I make a
Okay.
motion to approve the consent without letter C.
Yes.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Tish and a second by Aletha to approve the consent agenda minus item C. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion passes unanimously there. And so now we're going to listen to the public comments again. Thank you, Shannon.
You're welcome. Let me get that pulled back up. I've had numerous streaming issues today, which is kind of weird, but all right.
Okay.
So the first public comment was from Pat Abramson. It says, thank you in advance for your consideration. I'd be happy to discuss the issue I'm referring to and be in contact with anyone who would like more information. I respectfully urge the board not to adopt critical race theory since it threatens academic freedom. In the words of the professor who developed it, the only remedy to past discrimination is present discrimination. It divides children into anti-racist and racist. Some learn that they are a victim and will always be a victim. Students are taught to be activists and how to protest. At Cornell University, faculty was required to take the training, and performance reviews would be based on their diversity, equity, and inclusion. Academic freedom was threatened even in STEM subjects. Promotion depended on reaching diversity type benchmarks. Students were asked to evaluate a professor's anti-racism compliance. These initiatives were coercive, not educational. 200 retired military generals and admirals have begged the government to reject critical race concepts that will only divide. Our schools are at the same crossroads. Only 6% of Americans support critical race theory. 74% oppose it, but frequently in secret, as many are afraid of the blowback. The proposed Civics Secures Democracy Act politicizes civics and history. Other names for critical race theory are culturally responsive teaching, action civics, iCivics, ethnic studies, ethical studies, cultural competence action plan, CCAP, and civic academies. An alternative to critical race theory is the 1776 Unites, a project led by African American academics that advocates the founding American principles like entrepreneurship, self-determination, and mutual social support. Surely we have enough that divides us. I urge the GISD board members to reject the tempting federal monies, including VOCA funds, offered for these types of curriculum changes now or in the future that include critical race theory. Happy to confer with anyone who would like more information. Pat Abramson, Celeste, Texas. The next comment is by Jan Teeters. It says, good evening. I would like to take this opportunity to extend a big thank you to all the teachers and staff at GISD. You have met a very challenging year with hard work, bravery, and confidence. Thank you. My first area of thanks is to the teachers, staff, and administrators at the 6th grade center. My grandson was an online learner for the first semester, and I can't begin to tell you how many excellent lessons I witnessed. I was so impressed with all of you. Thank you for your knowledge and dedication. The transition to in-person learning was flawless. Miss Searles, with a lot of exclamation points, thank you for being an awesome administrator. I can only hope that many, many students get to experience your level of knowledge and caring for many years to come. I'm so impressed with you. I'm so proud of the caring, the knowledge, and love you transferred as a teacher, as you transferred to a teacher to administrator. Thank you, 6th grade center. My second area of thanks are to teachers, admin, and staff at Lamar Elementary. My kindergarten granddaughter was an online learner this year. She was given a choice of in-person the second semester, but she didn't want to leave her online teacher, Miss Jennifer Fennell. Miss Fennell, I've witnessed a lot of excellence in my years in GISD. I'm happy to say that my granddaughter experienced one of the best. Your commitment, expertise, love, and devotion was evident each and every day. Thank you so very much. I feel like you're a part of our family now. Thank you to Miss Newton and her staff. Any questions were always answered. You make every child feel important. This is an awesome thing for a campus. My third area of thanks are to Dr. Liggins and his staff at Central Office. It takes great leaders to make a great district. You always have to remember what it's like to be a student and a teacher. Putting yourself in the place of all employees and students makes a district great. Dr. Liggins, you do this on a daily basis. Thank you for always being willing to listen to my thoughts and ideas. It's greatly appreciated. Your staff is tremendous. I can't begin to name all the awesome employees we have leading our district. My fourth thank you goes to the school board. I've seen such a heart from you ladies and gentlemen this year. It is a heavy load that you've had to undertake with no evidence of how hard of a job it is. Keep up the good work and know that it's appreciated. My last area of thank you is to the community and the people that support the teacher supply closet. Dr. Liggins understands the amount of out-of-pocket money teachers use to make their classroom inviting and thriving and to help students. His brainchild was to create a teacher supply closet, think a mini Amazon but free to GISD staff and students to help alleviate their spending. With the tremendous support of Helen Williams, Amy Wade, David Gish, Jackie Harrison, and volunteers Brenda Lofton and Nancy Anderson, we have made this a success. Teachers can request supplies from the closet free of charge. This couldn't be accomplished without donations from the community. Thanks to all who have donated supplies. It is greatly appreciated by the teachers and students. A big thanks to everyone working for GISD at all the campuses. I know this year has been one for the books. My wish is that you take some time to yourselves this summer. Have some fun and let go of the stress this year. I've taught for 30 years, but I can't imagine the tremendous amount of added work and stress this year brought due to COVID. You all rose admirably to the challenge. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sincerely, Jan Teeters. And the last comment was from Tanya Mitchell at 203 Owl Tree Trail, Greenville, Texas, 75402. Thank you, board members, for taking time to listen to the parents and teachers in our district. I have a few thoughts that I would like to share, as I know you're looking at and planning for the next school year. As a parent of a kindergartner, I have some concerns with his education. His teacher has been amazing this year. We couldn't have asked for a better teacher. The lack of consistency for his kindergarten year has hurt him academically, I believe. We say all the time that kids this age need consistency and structure, but close to 30% of his school days have been at home learning. The back and forth between school and home is hurting these little ones. Just because we now can include multiple at-home learning days in our calendar, it does not mean that we should. I know that our district nurse has been collecting data from the COVID cases in the district and how it is spreading. I wonder if we could look at that data and see how often a quarantine student has tested positive for COVID. Knowing this information might help us determine the amount of quarantining that has been done this year in elementary schools and if it's worth them missing school days. I ask that when deciding the rules regarding quarantines, you take time to analyze the data. In my son's class, a student was there on a Thursday and tested positive on a Friday. To my knowledge, no one else came down with COVID, because if someone else did, they would have had to tell us to extend our quarantine for another day. We did not have a widespread event even without wearing masks, and we all know that 5-year-olds do not social distance very well. Thank you for listening to my concerns about at-home learning days. I was also going to address masks, but that became a moot point after the executive order by the governor today. I also would encourage you to read the news articles and information regarding Peaster ISD. This is a district that has never required mass distancing or quarantining. They have thrived. They have not had widespread outbreaks like everyone thought they would. And they're one of the few districts that can say most of their students are on track academically. Let's be that district that takes a stand to do what's best for our students. Thank you, Tanya. And that
Okay.
of the comments.
Okay, Shannon just finished. So at this time, we need to go into closed session. This closed session will be held for the purposes authorized by the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, concerning any and all purposes permitted by the act, including but not limited to the following sections and purposes. 1, Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with the board's attorney on all subjects or matter authorized by law. A, consider legal advice regarding personnel issues. B, consider legal advice regarding any agenda action item. 2, Texas Government Code Section 551.074 for the purpose of considering the appointment, employment, resignation, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, termination, or dismissal of a public officer or employee. Under that is A, closed session pursuant to Section 551.074 of the Texas Government Code to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duty, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee. At 9:52, we are now in closed session.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks. We are now back in open session at 10:22. There is no action to be taken on the discussion in, oh, yes, there are. We got to hire the people. Yes. We do have one action item. Is there a motion for this?
I move to approve the new hire personnel reported as presented.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mike and a second by Roger to approve the personnel report as presented. Is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries 7-0. Okay, I gotta get under discussion items, future action items, we need to make sure that we get the tabled letter C back on the agenda for next time. We also would like to form a board operating procedures subcommittee again. And y'all have the manual so you can look it over and mark it up if you so desire. And we can put a committee together next week or next month and take care of it. Okay, and then we need to special called meeting for superintendent summative evaluation and contract renewal. Can we do that with the budget workshop? Yeah, instead of having a separate meeting. Okay, so we'll do that on June 29th. And are we using the same instrument? So that'll come to us ahead of time.
Yes.
June. No, the format. Well, this is January. Yeah. So, okay. All right. Okay. Is there anything else that needs to come before the board? Hearing nothing, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. And everyone got there.